my car if they gotta go out. Only took 2 minutes.
Well, I mean, car doesn't look like getting more than just savings.
Next time, how about less fluid ounces?
Fair enough.
You use this much serum?
Well, my skincare routine will try to keep.
And a pump top? It'll make a mess. Well, I'm taking this.
Like you took all of it.
Get more than just savings. Get more with Geico.
Have a nice flight.
Take one Defender. Add a large helping of sand. Mix in some rocks. Freeze to -40 for several days. Then soak in 35 inches of water. Bake at 122 Fahrenheit. Dress with 661 pounds of toppings. Finally, serve on a plateau of your choosing.
Now that I've reevaluated my benefits and savings before you, I'm feeling great. How's your retirement plan going?
Oh, I've been ignoring it and hoping for the best.
Come on, good retirement. Don't just hope for a strong future, plan for one. With Voya, plan, invest, protect.
$5 2-1 at BK. Step up to the plate and have it your way. Get to what it takes. It's up to you. Just figure it out. Then hit the track. BK. Have it your way.
Gus. I mean, the ball's actually between his arms. He doesn't have it firmly in his hand. We're going to get a couple of shots to see it now. Watch the ball between his arms, not in the hand. And then it's going to go through to the ground here. And then pop actually when it hits the ground. But he really used the ground to try to complete the catch. So that's the right decision in replay to reverse this.
I totally agree with that. That's a terrific job by replay. Anthony commented on this.
We made it. Football season is officially back from college football week 0 last weekend. We kicked off week 1 at high noon a few hours ago. Here today, this Saturday, August the 30th, 2025, as the NFL will kick off next weekend. Coming up next, though, we'll have college football. Penn State, the Blue and White Nittany Lions, host the Nevada Wolfpack for the first ever meeting between the two schools, coming up at 3:30 on CBS. So thank you for tuning in and watching my live play-by-play, watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. Here is to the 2025 football season for both college football and the NFL. As you know, I'm a Penn State and Pittsburgh Steelers fan, so I'll also have Pittsburgh Steelers live play-by-play, watch-along reactions beginning next weekend once the black and gold season kicks off a week from tomorrow at 1 o'clock in NYC. But today in central Pennsylvania, Happy Valley, State College, University Park, Pennsylvania, at Beaver Stadium. The Blue and White Penn State Nittany Lions are hoping for happy days in Happy Valley over the next couple months. From now, August the 30th, 2025, till January 19th, 2026. So here's the 2025 college football season. We are currently watching a few games here at the noon window, most notably the top 5 matchup in OHIO at the Shoe, as Ohio State is hosting the number 1 ranked Texas Longhorns, and Ohio State saying, hook 'em. They're up 14-0 on Texas, about halfway through the fourth quarter. So we'll see how this game pans out. We'll see who officially, so we all know it ain't over until it's over, but they've been in control, the defending national champions, as Penn State will make the trip out to Columbus on November the 1st, but that's then. This is now. We're going to kick off the season here. So we'll switch over from Fox 8 to Channel 10 on CBS here momentarily once this game concludes. But yeah, we'll see who ends up winning and obviously losing, because we all know there's a winner and a loser to everything. No participation trophies, and rightfully so. But yeah, I'll digress in that topic of discussion for these noon games. We'll be paying attention to the 3:30 kicks in those games as well. And still what's to come. As always, we'll recap, we'll preview, so on and so forth, as always. So stay tuned for that. But yeah, once again, here's to the 2025 football season, and hoping for it to be a damn good one from now, once again, until January the 19th. So yeah, we are Penn State, as always, forever, dear old white and blue. But yeah, just thank you once again for tuning in and watching my college football Penn State live play-by-play watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below, so scroll down, check those out. Thumbs up button if you're hoping for a 1-0 start to, once again, what hopes to be a very long and successful season for the Nittany Lions here in 2025 into 2026. as it's going on damn near 4 decades. But that's neither here nor there right now. But yeah, like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football. Hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments. Super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. As well as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. First off, with Rogue Energy, be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors in can or tub form shakers and Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. Be sure to use the code Luke123. That's Luke123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts, a secondhand resale shop that focuses on staying in the environment in a cheap and fashionable way, as most items are $20 or less. Include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Free People, and Shein, among others. HopeKThrifts found on Depop, Instagram, Macari, and Poshmark at, yes, you guessed it, HopeKThrifts. It's HopeKThrifts. HopeKThrifts, so be sure to use the message seller code CHEAPTHRIFTS, CHEAPTHRIFTS, CHEAPTHRIFTS for 10% off. Link also in the description below. And then Dead and Hungry, a novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell, found on Amazon. Once you go check that out on Amazon, if that doesn't interest you, you might as well be what the title says. As well, you see the QR code behind me. Be sure to scan that if you haven't done so already. You can also click the first top link in the description below. The first link in the description from the top. The first link. You can also click on that. That is as good as the QR code behind me. So, once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. And here's to Penn State, and here's to the 2025 college football season. So, personally, I don't know about you, but I've been eating myself up, very pissed off about how the season ended last year. 13-3, most wins in a single season in program history for Penn State. But obviously those 3 losses, all by 1 score to Ohio State, Oregon, and Notre Dame in the playoff, hurt dramatically, especially the last one on a game-winning field goal, as they were 1 win away from playing for a national championship and 2 wins away from winning the national championship in the first ever year for the expanded college football playoff that went from 4 teams over the past decade to 12 this past year. It'll stay at 12 this year. We'll get into a discussion about that a little bit later on, because there could be more expansion in the near future. But yeah, being pissed off about that ain't gonna help. Now, obviously, that was then, this is now, and we're moving on to 2025 as Penn State returns 14 starters from 2024 into 2025 and are hosting the Nevada Wolfpack for the first time ever in about a half hour or so. So, I might add, as the Nittany Lions have currently posted 3 consecutive 10-win seasons for the first time since 1980, 1981, and 1982, and then also 6 10-win seasons in the past 9 years for the first time since 1978 to 1986. And hopefully all yins know what happened for Penn State football at the end of the 1982 and 1986 seasons. I'm not going to say, because I know, but if you don't, there's a thing called the internet, so Google it. As Kirk Cinetti would say, Google him. Penn State will host the Hoosiers a week after they go to Columbus to take on Ohio State in mid-November. We'll get into the schedule a little bit later on as well. Obviously, one game at a time, the 1-0 mentality, with Nevada today a noon kick next week against Florida International, and then hosting Villanova coming up from Philly before an early bye week. But once again, as that's a non-conference slate, we'll get into the rest of the schedule with the rest of the Big Ten a little bit later as well. But yeah, hopefully everyone knows what happened for Penn State football at the end of the 1982 and 1986 season. So I'll digress on that as well. So if history unfolds and repeats itself once again in that regard, yeah, Penn State might be in a damn good spot. So obviously, is this the year for Penn State football? Only time will tell. Obviously, that's why they play the games. They decide on paper, decide on the field. As always, game of inches in between the white lines, from hash mark to hash mark, yard line to yard line, and goal line to goal line, all 100 yards. And then some. Take your points while you can get it, but it starts up front. The offensive line, got to be able to block the run, open up the pass, force pressure, create and capitalize off turnovers, and yeah, take your points while you can get them. But yeah, only time will tell as we sit here on August the 30th, 2025 once again, if Penn State's going to be hoisting one of these bad boys up come, yeah, it's Monday night, January the 19th, 2026, in a place in South Beach, Miami, Florida, where they played their final game last year in a loss in the Orange Bowl, ending the season before getting in this year. So maybe a redemption story, if you will, out for revenge against everyone on the schedule from now until mid to late January. So we'll see if Penn State's hoisting one of these bad boys up come January the 19th, 2025. Make that 26, excuse me. But yeah, a championship title, belt. So we are Penn State hoping for a national championship trophy to back to Penn State, University Park, Pennsylvania, at the end of this season. We are Penn State. So, meantime, Longhorns, who Penn State could have played in the national championship this past year. This actually, Texas-Ohio State, is a rematch from the Cotton Bowl, which, remember, Penn State lost to Notre Dame in the Orange Bowl on a Thursday night. Then the next night was the Cotton Bowl. Texas home game, basically. Ohio State went down there and won, as they were on a mission to the Big Ten over the SEC here as well recently. But yeah, as Notre Dame beat Penn State, Ohio State beat Texas, and then the Ohio State beat Notre Dame for the national championship to cap off last season. But once again, we're moving on. That was then, this is now, and here's 2025. So yeah, we'll see if Penn State's gonna win it all. It's been a long time coming, but once again, as life goes on, one thing at a time. Okay, take care of business to sort itself out. So no doubt about it, Penn State's hungry. You know, they're motivated. They're out for revenge, getting redemption, on a mission from God. So, you know, job ain't finished just yet. You know, they are returning 14 starters from last year, including 9 on offense. So we know how the Penn State defense fares as well, and then relying on special teams. From top to bottom, left to right, up, down, side to side, just everybody in the program. The team's motto this year is whatever it takes. So do your job and do whatever it takes to find a way to win, because that's all that matters at the end of the day. Okay, that's all anybody remembers, let alone cares about, is whether you win or lose. And you won or lost the game. So, yeah, Penn State, they're hungry, motivated, out for revenge, getting some redemption. Yeah, job ain't finished just yet. It's unfinished business for Penn State football in 2025. We thought last year was the year as the season progressed. Obviously, didn't work out that way, but, let's move on. Just do whatever it takes. As we all know, Penn State football, they're heroes, they're winners. They are Penn State football. And we are Penn State. So, as looks like we got ourselves a ball game. Couple minutes to go. Defense gonna need to stop. See if they even get the ball back. But then we'll switch on over to CBS and kick off for Penn State, Nevada in about 20 minutes or so now. So, obviously we are back in the saddle. Once again, kicking off another campaign for the blue and white. Like I said, it's a first ever meeting between Penn State and Nevada out of the Mountain West, formerly out of the WAC. Notable alumni include Colin Kaepernick, who ran wild in college football before having a successful NFL career with the 49ers before he decided to take a knee. USA, though. Stand for the flag. But Wolfpack and Nittany Lions, hopefully Penn State is hungry like a wolf for one, but howling at the moon later on tonight to begin 1-0. Penn State is a 44-point favorite today. Over-under set around 54-ish, depending on where you look. As Penn State kicks off the 139th, as it's been 39 years since they last won a national championship as well. But 139th season about to begin for the blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions. Here today, they are 114, 22-2 all time in season openers. It's a perfect 70-degree day in central Pennsylvania after record heat this summer. It finally fucking cooled down at the end of last week into early this week, especially overnight, as it's about 40 degrees this morning, which is just perfect football weather. But obviously warmed up with the sun coming out and everyone tailgating around Beaver Stadium. Not whatever the hell they're calling it now. We'll get more into that in a little bit as well. But CBS, Brad Nessler, Garrett Danielson, Jenny Dell on the call. Once again, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Thank you for tuning in and watching. So, just take care of business. 1-0 every week, every game from now, August the 30th, 2025 to January the 19th, 2026. There's very high expectations, no doubt about it, for the blue and white this year. But really, it's time to put up or shut up, okay? Flat out. Because with expectations come reality, okay? Ain't side on paper, side on the field. Okay, we're going to see how this team plays beginning today and all into September, October, November, December, and January. So, 1-0, take care of business, the rest will sort itself out. But Penn State begins this season ranked number 2, in between the number 1 ranked Texas Longhorns and the 3rd ranked defending national champion Ohio State Buckeyes, as currently with 2.5 to play, Ohio State leads Texas 14-7. But we'll see how this shakes out. Yeah. Looks like it's going to be coming down to the wire. It's been a low-scoring defensive showdown with first-time starting quarterbacks for both teams. But, yeah, we'll get into the rest of the college football. We'll recap Week 0, see what's going on this Week 1 so far. Preview still what's to come tonight. A lot of top 10 matchups this weekend. And then we'll preview next week into Week 2 as Penn State will host Florida National at high noon on the Big Ten Network. But that's then. This is now. Take care of business against Nevada. And then, the NFL kicks off next weekend as well. As a Steeler fan myself, hey, Philadelphia Eagles went and won the Super Bowl last year, and they'll kick off the season next Thursday against the former Penn State line linebacker. Oh, wait, yeah, Micah Parsons got traded by the Dallas Cowboys because Jerry Jones is senile. And, yeah, it's all about him, basically, with money. But, winning is a top priority, to say the least. But, yeah, Eagles kick off the NFL season next Thursday. We'll get into that later as well. But yeah, Penn State begins the season ranked number 2 in the AP poll. It is their highest ranked preseason ranking since 1997. Obviously, preseason rankings really don't matter a hell of a lot. It doesn't matter how or where you start. It matters how you finish. Okay? So, we know how last year ended. It stung, no doubt about it. Like I said, ate myself up. Was very pissed off about it. And sort of still am. It's one of those losses you're just never going to get over. You're just not. Especially that close. But once again, I'll digress. That was then, this is now. But Penn State, in the meantime, for this year as well, is also the Big Ten Conference favorite to go win the conference championship in early December in Indianapolis. So we'll see if they can get back to there where they were last year, losing by 1 score to the Oregon Ducks, who then lost in the Rose Bowl to Ohio State before Ohio State went and won the national championship. But speaking of Ohio State, along with their rival, that team up north, Michigan Wolverines, teams the past 2 years that started ranked number 2 in the preseason AP college football poll. They both, with Michigan and Ohio State in 2023 and 2024 respectively, as Penn State begins 2025 ranked number 2. Both Michigan and Ohio State went ranked number 2 in the preseason college football AP poll before the playoff rankings will come out later this year, and then they'll go by that. But both Michigan and Ohio State went and won the national championship. As we know, the past 2 years, the Wolverines won it over Washington, as TCU the year prior had Michigan in the Fiesta Bowl before they got their ass kicked by those Georgia Bulldogs. So yeah, it was Michigan defeating Washington in Jim Harbaugh's final college football game, as Michigan has now been handed some sanctions, if you will, by the higher-ups at the NCAA. He since moved on back to the NFL, entering now his second year with one of the teams he played for, the Chargers. But yeah, Michigan won the national championship 2 years ago after starting the season ranked number 2 in the preseason poll. And then Ohio State last year, they started the season ranked number 2 in the preseason poll as well. And then, they lost to Oregon on the road, and then lost once again for the 4th consecutive year to Big Blue, the Michigan Wolverines. And then they still make the playoff, obviously. And then they go on a run. Ohio State beat Tennessee, as they were very pissed off after losing to Michigan, not making the Big Ten championship game. Remember, that's how Penn State got to Indy. And before they lost to Oregon. But then, Penn State went and beat SMU in the first round of the playoffs. In front of a snowy whiteout crowd right before Christmas last year. And then defeating Boise State in the Fiesta Bowl before fortunately losing Notre Dame in the Orange Bowl. But yeah, Ohio State ranked 2 in the preseason poll last year, went and won the national championship after, losing to Oregon and Michigan in the regular season, but they beat Tennessee, got revenge on Oregon, beat the team they're up on right now, and the Texas Longhorns, who have the ball, 2nd and 5 from midfield, down 7 with 1:40 to play. And that pass is incomplete. But, Ohio State defeating Tennessee, Oregon in the Rose Bowl, Texas in their backyard in the Cotton Bowl before Ohio State went and won the national championship on Inauguration Day night, as Trump's back in office, if you didn't know. Thank God. But, it was the Buckeyes over the Golden Domers, Fighting Irish Notre Dame, to win last year's college football playoff national championship, as Penn State's hoping to do just the same this year after beginning this season ranked number 2 in the preseason college football AP poll. But once again, preseason rankings don't mean a hell of a lot. It doesn't really matter how you start, it's how you finish. So AI, whether you like AI or not, it does help out in situations. Technology, it's a good thing, but then it's also a bad thing. It's good, but then also, sucks in the regard of, well, this should be working, why ain't it? But, the way the world's changed, the way, Ohio State's going to beat Texas. 4th down stop. And, Texas does have one timeout, but 1st and 10 Buckeyes, and turnover on downs, or getting the ball back. There's nothing Texas can do. Ohio State's going to win 14-7 and defeat Texas once again. 2nd time this year, but 1st time this season. So, Texas will drop from 1. People will say, well, Penn State at 2 now. I just got done talking about that. All with Texas losing. Penn State at 2, they're going to go to 1. Remember, Ohio State just beat the number 1 fucking team in the country. Ohio State's going to be 1 when next week's AP poll comes out. Remember, still got a lot of games tonight. There's a couple games tomorrow and on Monday night with Labor Day. So, normally the AP poll comes out at 2 o'clock on a Sunday. Won't come out until Tuesday now. Ohio State's going to be 1. If Penn State wins, they'll be 2. Texas will probably fall to 3, depending on what else happens. As Clemson's 4, they host LSU in the top 10 showdown later on tonight. But Ohio State will defeat Texas 14-7, as the Buckeyes are going to knee it out. So next on CBS. In the meantime, we switch on over. We'll have the Nevada Wolfpack and the Penn State Lions in a first ever meeting. And once again, thanks for tuning in and watching my live play watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. So AI is talking about technology, with it being good, but then also being out of whack sometimes. But the shit AI can do, make people believe shit that's not real as well, especially all the memes. Meantime, AI predicted Penn State, the Nittany Lions, will be ranked at the end of this upcoming college football season that just kicked off. So that only means one thing, that Penn State's going to win the college football playoff national championship on January the 19th, 2026, against an opponent to be determined. Only time will tell, though. Okay? That's why they play the games. But we can only hope for some happy days in Happy Valley this upcoming season, as mentioned earlier. As James Franklin, so he says, the head coach of the Lions, and his 12th season now at the helm, with Andy Kotelnicki returning as the offensive coordinator, and bringing over Jim Knowles, who was most recently at Ohio State the past 3 years, to be Penn State's new defense coordinator after Tom Allen left for Clemson, to be the DC under Dabo. But so says Franklin, Penn State, he has the best combined personnel he's ever had at the helm from 2014 on. So once again, only time's going to tell with that, because it's about chemistry. It's about balance and consistency and getting in a rhythm and, capitalizing on momentum. Keep it simple. Less is more. But yeah, Franklin says he has the best combined personnel that he's ever had, from the staff to the players to depth to talent and so on and so forth. But as just mentioned, it's about one play at a time. Okay? With chemistry, you got to bond, that camaraderie. So yeah, starts up front, balance, consistency, keeping it simple, less is more, getting a rhythm, capitalize on some momentum, but controlling the line of scrimmage. You got to have an offensive and defensive line. You do. Because if you don't, you're going to be up shit creek without a paddle very fucking quick. Okay? But 4 of the 5 up front are returning starters from last year, so that's a good thing. You have Drew Aller at quarterback, both backs return, in Nick Singleton, the fat man, at Katron Allen, as they're both going to try to run the Penn State football rushing record this season. We'll get more into that in a little bit as well, but, controlling the line of scrimmage up front by land or air. 3 transfer wide receivers coming in from Syracuse, Troy, and USC respectively, and Pena, Ross, and Hudson. Obviously, I would say get 44 Tyler Warren in football, but he's off to the NFL. We'll see who steps up at tight end. But yeah, controlling the line of scrimmage, you got to get the run game going. Okay, but first off, you got to protect. You don't have protection, you're screwed. So starts up front, got to protect, run the football, open up the pass, and then defensively, do the opposite. You got to force pressure, stop the run, wreak havoc, and force as much pressure as you can and create turnovers and capitalize off them, because it might be a difference when it's all said and done. And special teams, obviously, you rely on it as much as you can. But in a game like this today, let alone all season long, okay, you got to stay healthy. Okay, you got to stay healthy. You can't be getting hurt, but then back to best combined personnel, and then depth is into that the way they've recruited. We'll see how it plays out. But there's the college football playoff national championship trophy as its Big Ten's quest for 3. Yeah, it was Go Blue 2 years ago, as just mentioned, with Michigan into 2023, 2024. This past year, it was Ohio State. The Buckeyes winning it all. Let's go a little further east in Happy Valley with the blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions and see if, Penn State's going to win it all come January. We are Penn State. So, opening video package. Feels good. Football's back. Thank God. Been a long fucking off season, especially after the way last year ended. But Nevada, Penn State, for the first time ever. Brock Purdy's younger brother, Chubba Purdy, is their starting quarterback. They had success in the red zone last year, I might add, as there's an aerial shot of the ongoing renovated Beaver Stadium with some temporary seating on the west side. We'll get into that in a little bit as well. But the team's about to take the field as they put an LED board up above the tunnel to replace the cover that used to be there. There's the S zone as the student section, all 20,000 plus. We're 106, maybe 110,000 strong. We know the record's 111 set last year. There's Brad Nessler, Gary Danielson on the call in the new press box. For what it's worth, obviously Penn State's in the middle of an ongoing 3-year stadium renovation. They just got done with the first phase. The whole entire stadium will be completed as they're on time and on schedule and on budget for the home opener in 2 years, in 2027. Once again, we'll get into the stadium construction a little bit later on, but temporary seating, the overall seating capacity did not go down much. Only a couple hundred people will be without tickets to attend the game. But yeah, temporary seating on the west side. They put in some as well in the north and southeast corners. And it's safe. The structure is safe. Pat Kraft wanted everyone to know that. So, let's go PSU. As we all know, our towns, our cities, our state, our valley, we are Penn State. So CBS is going to preview the game as we'll continue to do the same as well here. Just once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button if you're excited for another season of Penn State football. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes. Always greatly appreciated as well. Scan the QR code if you haven't done so already. But overall, all season long, but especially in a game like this, back to what I was saying, as it starts up front. And then you just got to open it up, okay? Run the football, open up the pass, stop the run, force pressure, create turnovers, capitalize off those, rely on special teams. Hoping for the return game to really open up this year. It's been, I wouldn't say a disaster the past few years, but, you know, there really hasn't been a return game for Penn State football lately. There just hasn't. You know, plain and simple, end of story. But stay healthy, okay? Just stay healthy. But somebody goes down, hey, next man up mentality. You know, that's why you're in uniform. You know, you should be ready to go. So, picture perfect day in Happy Valley, says Brad Nessler. And we will rock you as the team with the blue band lined up is everybody's still waiting the team to take the field. But in line at the gates, they're going to fade to black and, of course, go to fucking commercial. So we're not going to get to see it. But oh well. But yeah, just overall, stay healthy, okay? It's going to be a long-ass season. Last year was the longest in Penn State football history. They played 16 games, went 13-3. But still, one thing at a time, all right? One play, one drive, one quarter, one half, one game, 1-0, all right? Just take care of business. The rest will sort itself out. Can't state that enough. But time is now for the blue and white. Like I said, it's time to put up or shut up. As once again, Penn State is hosting the Nevada Wolfpack. First ever meeting. We're also going to be keeping tabs as we watched Ohio State defeat Texas on Fox. ABC was Tennessee blowing out Syracuse. We're now on CBS with Nevada. And Penn State stay on ABC, though, with Alabama on the road down in Tallahassee taking on the Noles. Florida State hosting the Crimson Tide. So we'll be keeping tabs on those two games here at 3:30, among a few others. And then, obviously, as always, recap and preview what we can. So it's going to be recap week 0 from the few games last week, along with what's already happened this week, and then preview the rest of week 1, and then next week into week 2 once again as well. We'll have first half stats and scores coming up at halftime, and then final stats and scores once we go final, as we are Penn State. Like I said, a lot of high energy and expectations for the Nittany Lions this year as they've taken the field. James Franklin, pre-game interview on the field. One play at a time. Yeah. Just do what you got to do. You know, like I said, the team's motto this year is whatever it takes. Just find a way to fucking win. Yep. Yep, do it now. So, does look different with the temporary seating there. Hopefully everyone's enjoying themselves, but just once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. As Penn State's captains for 2025, as we just had the coin toss, refs getting everything set up. Drew Aller, Nick Dawkins, Zane Durant, Dom DeLuca, and Tyler Duzansky, the long snapper, are your team captains for Penn State this season. So, once again, Penn State returning 14 starters from last year. We're going to look at the depth chart here in a minute. We're going to talk about the offense. We're going to talk about the defense. We're going to talk about the special teams unit. We're going to talk everything Penn State football, just not today, but all season long as we've done in years prior, from start to finish, from this live stream to this game. Just once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe, and let's kick this baby off. So, student section still filing in there a little bit in the top corner, but blue band taking their seats after being on field pregame. And it looks like the offense is going to be out in the field because everybody's getting ready on the sideline. Which normally, you know, history states Penn State football, doing a coin toss, you're your option to the second half, and you're kicking off to begin the game, playing defense, and then getting the ball to begin the third quarter. But we haven't had an announcement. We got a little bit of a delay here for whatever reason on the field. So, yeah, like I said, we're going to get into, actually, they're on to kick off. And they're going to kick off from the north to the south end zone. So Nevada going to get the ball first. So we're going to talk about the Penn State defense to begin 2025. And we all know how Penn State's defense plays. It's a bring your hard hat to work, blue collar type of defenses. Big 99 Gabe Owusu on to kick off. And the 2025 Penn State football season is underway as Nevada calls for a fair catch at the 5. They'll set up shop 1st and 10. And yeah, Chubba Purdy, Brock's little brother, is Nevada's starting quarterback. From Florida State. He knows the Big Ten, played in Nebraska, but now at Nevada, and Nevada's actually facing their highest ranked opponent in school history today, and the Penn State Nittany Lions. But even though Nevada went 3-10 last year, they're on a few game losing streak, I might add, as well. They did have a 76% conversion rate inside the red zone. Obviously, they're going to start at the 25-yard line here. 1st and 10 and a ways to go, but we'll see what they run and how this Penn State defense fares on a run near side for about 2 yards. Bear with me, obviously. It's always like this week 1, first few weeks. We're learning some new names and numbers, but, Penn State, we know how they're going to play on defense, okay? It's going to be, hard-nosed and as physical gets. So, 2 yards, make it 2nd and 8 for the Wolfpack from the 27 out of an empty set, 5 wide. Play clock winding down. Purdy gets the snap, and it's going to be caught near side before Davian Collins, who switched his number. That's another thing. Players from last year switching numbers to a new number this year, but he makes the stop out of bounds. Obviously, he transferred in from Mississippi State a couple years ago. Tony Rojas, 13 from Fairfax, Virginia, who is a true junior at linebacker, was also in the area on the coverage. But 3rd and 2 here for Nevada. Cheerleaders and mascot on hand as well. So everybody made the trip from Reno out of the pistol. 3rd and 2. And they'll hand off and get the first down. So 3 plays and they'll move the sticks. And they're howling. So there's Alonzo Ford, big 50 in the middle with Zane Durant, 28 for Penn State defensively from the Sunshine State. And then Ford transferred in from ODU, Old Dominion, a couple years ago, but has battled injury, but has stayed and, stayed for the most part where he was at before on the depth chart, and a big-bodied nose tackle, to say the least. Obviously, you lose Abdul Carter, but Denida Sutton still coming off the edge. They'll hand off, tackle for loss. You also have 44 for Penn State at defensive end. It's Jalen Harvey. So, yeah, you're starting front 4 up front. You have Zane Durant, Alonzo Ford, and Denida Sutton with Jalen Harvey, 44, coming off the other edge. Backers, obviously, with a 2nd and 11 here from the 35. On a bubble screen far side, it's caught. All right, they learned to tackle in the open field this year. We'll see if they can cover the slant. But Make it 3rd and 6. From roster, depth chart is going to be easier to figure out over the next couple weeks, because in games like this and what's to come, they're going to be playing a lot of guys too. So quarterback draw, they get another first down. Rojas on the stop before number 3, Shorter, and then obviously A.J. Harris returns number 4 at corner. So, I mean, you got to give Nevada some credit here. They get the ball to begin the game and, out past around midfield now, and a couple first downs, and they're moving the ball. Almost 5 minutes in. Ball at the 47-yard line, 1st and 10 out of the pistol. Fake the run, deny Dennis Sutton, gonna miss the sack, pass complete with Harris and Wheatley, number 6, on the stop. So another first down, and I mean, this defense just boom, 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 allowing them to drive. You would think here before too long you'd want to get the hell off the field. But they're now in Penn State territory at the 41-yard line, and another 1st and 10. And they'll hand off, and fumble. Ball's on the turf, and it's going to be picked up now by Penn State. Looked like Nevada had it, but then A.J. Harris on the recovery. So they do, get the hell off the field on par with that. And the offense going to be out there 1st and 10 with 9:46 now to play in this opening quarter. So, we'll see Nick Dawkins snap it to Drew Aller at quarterback. You got Singleton and Allen in the backfield. They get Trevor Pena from Syracuse at wide receiver. They get Devontae Ross from Troy at wide receiver. And they get Kyron Hudson from USC at wide receiver out of the transfer portal. Obviously, a lot of wide receiver depth. So we'll see who else is going to be playing here early on. But who replaces Tyler Warren at tight end is the big question. As we're trying to figure out who 44 on defense was. There's no 44 on offense anymore, as Warren's in the NFL with the Colts. But Liam Clifford at wideout as well. He's made some plays. Tyseer Denmark, they've had high hopes for. They played him a little bit last year as a true freshman. A Philly kid who originally committed to Oregon, decommitted, stayed home for Penn State. Peter Gonzalez from Central Catholic in Pittsburgh. Redshirt freshman, was injured all last year, so he didn't get to play at all. So we'll see about him as well. Saunders has been around, but really hasn't done a hell of a lot. So we'll see if he, makes any plays or not. But talk about the tight ends. Khalil Dinkins does return, as does Luke Reynolds and Andrew Rapuia. Remember, he was injured a few games into the season last year and then missed the rest of the year. Dinkins has been around. I don't know if they're going to, we'll see, use him as a number 1 tight end. Only time's going to tell. And if you're making plays, you're making plays. Just move the fucking football downfield, okay? It's the thing offensively. You want to move the ball forward. Score points. Defensively, you want to stop them from going forward. But remember, Luke Reynolds was the one with the big balls from James Franklin on the fake punt against Minnesota right before Thanksgiving last year. And, Minnesota never touched the ball after that, and Penn State That was the first fourth down they went for it on that drive. Went for it twice more for 3 total, and then got the ball to none other than who else, 44 Tyler Warren, and then they ended up winning 26-25. Won the following week, went to the Big Ten, and then made the playoff, before they ended up losing in mid-January. But another aerial shot of Beaver Stadium as the offense is out on the field. 1st and 10, 9:46 to play in this opening quarter. Going to try to capitalize off the fumble from the 31-yard line. Aller will hand off to Nick Singleton for about 4 yards up the middle. So 2nd and 6 coming up. You're going to have, here's a replay of the fumble. Yeah, you got punched out by DDS, it looked like. And then it bounced around for a little bit. Like I said, it looked like Nevada recovered, but then Penn State did. You're going to have Dawkins at center, Big Ooze Veguillon at left guard. Looks like Donka's playing right guard. And Aller pass far side, caught. And that is Devontae Ross, number 1 from Troy. Hudson is 1. They switched their fucking numbers around again. Hudson was 10 at USC, was going to wear 5 at Penn State, and now he's number 1. So, okay, Kyron Hudson is number 1. He makes the catch for a Penn State first down. They'll hand off. That's Pena, number 8. He's from Syracuse, Big Orange. Penn State going to make a trip up to the Dome in a couple years. First down on a little jet sweep end around. Just get the fucking playmakers, the ball in space and let them work. Okay, yeah, so a little confusion there. Hudson is number 1, Ross is number 5, and Pena is number 8. All 3 of those receivers, I might add, combined for 23 total touchdowns last year at their respective schools. Empty set, 1st and 10 Penn State from the 39-yard line. That's Hudson again on the reception. So going to be 2nd down and manageable coming up. But, Penn State, the receiving core, just with as good of a quarterback as Drew Aller is, he just hasn't had wide receivers to throw the football to lately. So they worked the transfer portal and went out and got 3 playmakers. And they bring in extra offensive line and send them in motion to block. Handoff, Singleton far side as Penn State's moving left to right across your television screen. Radio and dial here midway through the first quarter. So, yeah, Dawkins at center. He's back for another year. Big Goose, Veguillon, 71 at left guard. Like I said, it looked like Donka, 68, was at right guard. 3rd and 1. Handoff, first down run for Singleton. Working some backups in as well. They'll go hurry up from the 25. 1st and 10 bubble screen far side. Caught by Singleton. And he gets 4 yards to the 21. So there's another 2nd and 6 coming up with 6:30 and counting to play in this first quarter. They have like 10 deep at the offensive line. So they started with the starting 5, but they've already worked in a couple other guys. And so I'm trying to get a clear look on everybody. Out of the pistol, Allard looking to throw, going to step up, tuck it and run, dives. Going to be short, 3rd and about a yard again, coming up here for the blue and white. They are in field goal range. Just don't fucking turn it over like Nevada did. You got to capitalize off their mistake and score some points here to begin the game and begin the season. So 3rd and 1. Maybe go to one of the tight ends here. They've gone to the receivers early and run the ball, but nothing tight ends just yet. 3rd and yard. They'll hand off. Fat man. Katron Allen spins, gets the first down at the 11. So 1st and 10. From there, they'll have 8 shots now to punch it in. Not goal to go just yet inside the 10, just on the outside. So see Rucci out there. See Shelton out there as well. 1st and 10, Penn State from the 11.
He says these two guys are different, but they're the heart and soul of our physical game.
Clifford lined up, bottom of your screen. Reynolds in motion. As Aller will fake the give over the middle. Caught. Incomplete. Almost caught for a touchdown by Kyron Hudson, number 1. Hudson, number 1, transfer from USC. Devontae Ross, number 5, transfer from Troy. And then Trevor, not with a V, but with a B. Trevor Pena, number 8, transfer from Syracuse. Those are your 3 wide receivers for Penn State football right now. And then Clifford seemingly is the 4th, even though he's been around. And they're working Dinkins and Reynolds at tight end. And they've used about 8 offensive linemen on this drive. So handoff, Fat Man again. Katron Allen actually lost some weight. Was reading an article recently. He says he feels he's in the best shape he's ever been. So maybe he can be more explosive. Aller going to tuck it and run. On 3rd and 5, gets to the 1 where the first down was needed. We'll see if they give it to him. They do. It's 1st and goal, Penn State. So now they got 4 shots to punch it in from a yard out. I mean, don't tell me you can't score. I don't want a field goal, okay? Nothing against Mr. Come On Down Ryan Barker, but you got to score a fucking touchdown here, okay? You got to make them pay for their mistake. Capitalize off the fumble. Big Oos Vegione lined up, and now he's going in motion to block. Handoff Singleton, and they punch it in. Touchdown, Penn State, for the first time this season with 3:34 to play in this opening quarter against the Nevada Wolfpack. And now Ryan Barker could trot on for the extra point. So don't tell me they're going to go for 2. That's a fucking touchdown if I've ever seen it. Come on, Ray. What are you looking at? That's a fucking touchdown. So they're going to think about it, looks like, here, and hopefully they tell us something good for the first time this season. Hey, nothing's new. I mean, they score, it's a clear touchdown, but oh, wait, we're going to look at it just to be sure for the next 10 minutes. Jesus fucking Christ. They're literally reviewing this? Oh my God. Are they blind? Go get your fucking cataracts done, for God's sakes. That's a fucking touchdown. That is clearly a touchdown. And it's a touchdown on the field, I might add, so they have to find this bit of evidence to overturn it. So yeah, they're thinking about it all right. Hopefully they tell us something good. Oh my God. I can't believe they're looking at this. This is a touchdown. He's clearly in. You just want to piss all of us off, don't you? Oh, actually, the call on the field was he's down. All right, so definitely fucking review because it's a clear-cut touchdown. Yeah, tell us something good. After review, he crossed the goal line, so to speak. It's a touchdown for Penn State, as it should have been to begin with. So, Singleton with the first touchdown of the year, if you had that on your bingo card, or first bet. they're gonna have to reset the fucking clock. Good 30 seconds just ticked off. It was 3:34 when he crossed the goal line. Now there's 3:05 to play. But Barker, left foot and all, snap, hold, kick good. Penn State win early, 7-0 lead on the Nevada Wolfpack. Pull up some stats as we hit 4 o'clock. And we'll go to break. Penn State up 7-0. So some early first quarter stats. Nevada, I mean, like I said, you got to give them credit. They went and they were driving before they turned the ball over. But then, Penn State made them pay. And Singleton punched it in for 7 yards, or 1 yard and 7 points. So let that do its thing and load. Back to with what I was saying earlier, though. So, yeah, depth chart wise, Drew Allard, quarterback. Ethan Grunkmeyer will be the backup. He played a little bit in the playoff last year, but not much other than that. Jackson Smolik, 14, which is a storied number in Penn State history for the quarterback position. He's the third string. And then freshman Beckham Kritza, who's from Colorado, was going to go SCO Bus, but as he plays high school football in Florida, committed to Penn State. And then not the Steeler Hall of Fame linebacker Jack Lambert, but Jack Lambert, Penn State quarterback, is the fifth string. At back, obviously, yeah, you have Singleton and you have Allen. But then behind them, Cam Wallace, Quentin Martin, and Corey Smith, as all three of them have played a fair share and have got their touches in the past. Penn State, you know what kind of game you're going to get when you play the Lions. It's going to be a run first with the running backs, but then Penn State's linebacker yield, so. But talk about Singleton and Allen, they are as Penn State's going to kick off, so we'll see the defense back out there, and we'll get back into talking about them. They are the second set of teammates to have 2,000 plus career rushing yards, joining Lydell Mitchell and Franco Harris from back in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Nevada takes a knee in the end zone. So first and 10 Wolfpack after the fumble, and a Penn State capitalization off of that for a touchdown, make it 7-0. One team will pull some stats here in a minute. But Singleton with a touchdown there. Singleton only needs 1,021 yards to break Evan Royster's rushing record to become the all-time leading rusher in Penn State football history. But then, guess what? The fat man, Kayshawn Allen, only needs 1,056 yards rushing to do the same. So we'll see, how that fares out. In the meantime, hey, another fucking turnover. Zane Durant and Penn State setting up shot first and goal, looking to tack on to an early 7-0 lead here with 2:57 to play in the opening quarter here. So thought the defense was going to be out there for a couple plays. No, only one, so the offense shot your ass back out and let's punch it in again. And they tried to run a screen, and he threw it to nobody in a white uniform, but a blue uniform instead. And Zane Durant with the interception. Not too often do defensive tackles make an interception and pick the ball off, but he did. And then returned it a couple yards. Looked like he was going to walk it in touchdown, but they brought him down. See officially where they spotted at, but it is 1st and goal inside the 10-yard line here for the blue and white, and Aller out of an empty set 5 wide from the 6-yard line. They're running bubble screen far side. Pena on the reception for 2 yards. Make it 2nd and goal from the 4 for Penn State. So just punch it in. You got to score and capitalize off another turnover. Out of the pistol, they'll hand off to the fat man Katron Allen. He's brought down at the 1-yard line. So now 3rd and goal, Penn State from the 1. Why don't you just get up there and fucking sneak it, for God's sakes? Go old school football. Out of the pistol again. And trouble with the snap. Aller falls on it back of the 10. Slow the fuck down, for God's sakes. I mean, seriously, you go too hurry up with it, and then you get your panties in a bunch there, and you just cost yourself probably 7 points, and you're going to have to settle for a fucking field goal. Which, all right, score off the turnover, you know, get 3 while you can, but you get 1st and goal at the 6-yard line off of an interception. You get to the 4, you get to the 1, and then on 3rd and goal, you're back to the 10-yard line, now kicking a 28-yard field goal. So Barker's kick up and good. So they do capitalize. They do score off the turnover. Should have been 7, but I'll take the 3. It's 10-0 Penn State with a minute 41 to play in this first quarter. Yeah, slow it down a little bit. I mean, you don't need to go hurry up like the way they did, but I mean, I get it was working until it wasn't, though. You know, luckily Aller was able to fall on the ball, recover the high snap, and, you know, they can still settle for 3 and kick the field goal there, but should have been a touchdown. But I'll take the 3 points. So it's 10-0 now, Penn State. So, yeah. Wild sequence there, to say the least. Penn State, as Nevada got the ball to begin the game, they're driving, looked like they were going to score. They turn the ball over. Penn State goes, 12-plus plays and 6-plus minutes and scores a touchdown, goes up 7-0. And 1 play later, after break, interception, almost returned for a touchdown. And then Penn State, 3 plays on offense, almost punched it in, but couldn't, had to settle for 3. It's 10-0, and now the defense is going to be back out there. So we'll talk about the defense here, once again in a little bit, but I left off with, Singleton and Allen are in good company, as it is 4:09 Eastern time, I might add. We are Penn State, but they're the only second set of teammates to have 2,000 career rushing yards apiece, joining Lydell and Franco, as mentioned. And they both can break. As Singleton got the first touchdown there, it looked like Fat Man was going to punch it in there on that run down to the 1-yard line, but he didn't, and then the trouble with the snap, and then he settled for 3. But early, I get it. Long game, long season, but that should have been 7, not 3. They just, you can't be shooting yourselves in the foot like that. Especially if it ain't Nevada, nothing against them, but they're bottom tier of college football, no doubt about it. Just like Florida International next week, and then Villanova, top FCS school, who Penn State played a few years ago, and will welcome the Wildcats back to Beaver Stadium in a couple years. Here is part of the stadium construction with renovation, and it was back right before the Orange Bowl on a Saturday morning. They blew up the West Side press box, and we'll talk more about this later. They're showing off the video, some graphics, but it's due to be completed by the start of the 2027 season, as mentioned earlier. So they're getting there, one thing at a time, on and off the field. Gabe Wusu kicks off again. Touchback. And 1st and 10 Nevada. Down now 2 scores, 10-0, with 1:41 to play in this first quarter. And we got our first update. So we'll update some scores in a little bit. But yeah, Singleton and Allen could both become, depending on how the season goes and how they are on the ball, and, you know, with all-time leading rushing record in their hands, in their favor, come the end of the season. 1st and 10 Nevada from the 25. They'll run an option, fake the pitch. Purdy keeps it to the 29. He goes for 4. 2nd down, but yeah, back to the defense. Once again, we know what we're getting. We just, like I said, bear with me, be patient. Offense, defense, special teams. First game, it's, all right, learn some of these new names, learn some of these new numbers. I'm a pitcher guy. Photographic memory, you know, see a number, know a name. So 2nd and 6 from the 29, out of the pistol, trips near side. Just boom, big hit, but he didn't have the ball. Denied Sutton tackled the wrong guy, but then Purdy still goes down on a tackle for loss in the backfield, and it's 3rd and long here for the Wolfpack. So either way, he was going to be tackled for a loss. Boom, yeah. And then Rojas actually gets credited with the tackle. 13 on 13. Make it 3rd and 10 officially for Nevada. They do have to snap it. Play clock under the game clock with about 15 seconds to play in this first quarter. From the 25, 3rd and 10. Penn State jumps off sides. Of course they fucking do. Yeah, give them free 5 and make it 3rd and 5 from the 30. Old jumpy. You know, some early jitters. I get it. You got to relax. Calm down, okay? DeLuca was coming up the middle. All right, so they'll wind the clock, end of the first quarter, and Nevada will have a 3rd and 5 when we come back to begin the second. But Penn State leads 10-0, 15 minutes in. See if these stats are loaded. It's updating the score, but it's not updating a fucking game stats. So it looks like I'm going to have to look elsewhere from where I normally look. That's stupid. Why wouldn't the hell they have stats?
See? Now that's a smile. This way.
She started college a week ago, and she's already.
But, all right, we'll let that do its thing some more. I'll figure that out. But the defense is looking, you know, pretty good. I mean, 2 drives and 2 turnovers, and you got 10 points to show for it on offense. So, 3rd time's a charm. We'll see. But now the roster some more defensively with depth chart as it has looked this first quarter. You know, because obviously they don't release a preseason depth chart to begin the year. You got to figure it out as the first game goes on. So here we are. Like I said, over the next couple weeks, we'll know it for sure. And we'll know who's playing and who's not. Especially after some Big Ten games are getting played. because so you can play in up to 4 games and still redshirt, but these first 3 games, they're going to be playing a lot of people on the roster. They just are. They will. I know they will. It's always like that. So it's just, like I said, you got to be patient with it and take it as it comes. But yeah, it's Denida Sutton and Jalen Harvey off the edge. Zane Durant and Alonzo Ford in the middle. Have seen 54 Xavier Gilliam, I might add, as well out there. Zariah Fisher from Aliquippa's playing, coming back from another injury. Who else have we seen? At linebacker, obviously, yeah, you have Rojas and Campbell. Yeah, DeLuca. They're running more of a 4-2-5 compared to a 4-3. You know, normally there's 3 backers out there. Yeah, you have 4 up front, you have pressure off the edge, but you only have 2 back in the middle because then they have more in the secondary. So, DBs that I've seen, Harris had the fumble recovery. Yeah, Wheatley, Zion Tracy, Davian Collins. DeJuan Lane played a little bit for Winston last year. Elliott Washington, as DDS going to chase him down, and then boom, big hit by DeLuca. No gain on play, be 4th and 5 from 30. I'll flag my ass. Holding on the offense, penalties declined. All right, 4th down, and they'll punt. I thought they were going to get Penn State for a head helmet. It's a helmet hit on that hit, but early second quarter, Nevada will punt for the first time. So 3 drives and 3 goose eggs, as they had a fumble, an interception, and now a punt. Penn State back deep to receive. I believe I saw both Ross and Pena back there. Pena on the return. He might have been down, but gets a couple yards. We'll see where they mark it at. But it'll be 1st and 10, Penn State from there. So up front with the offensive line, once again, yeah. Nick Dawkins at center. Shelton's playing left tackle. Us Veguillon is playing left guard. Donka, I've seen at right guard. I've seen Cooper Cousins also there. Rucci, 72 at tackle, as they'll pan out and fade to black and go to commercial break. So we'll get back to the action here shortly. Also saw the Texas A&M transfer up front, and number 54, TJ Shanahan, on the offensive line as well. So, yeah, they're playing at least, like I said, the starting 5, but I thought I saw a good 7-8 guys out there on the first drive. So count them with me, yeah. It'll be Shelton, Big Oos, Dawkins, Donka, Cousins, Rucci, and, Shanahan. So, yeah, a good 5, 6, 7, 8 guys. And they're not using them just to block. They're sending them in fucking motion as an extra blocker, as a tight end, basically as an eligible receiver, and just catching his defense off guard, making sure they're on their heels, and you don't know what the hell's coming. And they like to go hurry up there in the last drive and cost them 7 points. They did get 3 out of it. But so that seems to be the offensive line. And any set 5, make it 6, 7, 8 guys, because they were running guys on, running guys off, and keeping it fresh. You know, I mean, if you have as many guys as you have, because you've recruited and worked the portal the way they have, you know, all the talent, if you're good enough, you're going to play. You know, just flat out, you will. And just find a way to get them on the field. That's what they're, you know, doing. So it seems like the offensive line on any set drive, it could be different. Just because of the depth, not because somebody's hurt. We'll get to that later if that happens. Because shit does hit the fan at times. I get it. But interview with the Nevada head coach here to begin the second quarter. Penn State ball, though, in the meantime, with Drew Aller and company on the field, 1st and 10. Add to their lead. So from the 28, 1st and 10, Penn State leads 10-0. Aller out of the gun, looking to throw far side. It is high, but it is caught by Pena at the 40 before it gets pushed out of bounds. See, Kyron Hudson, number 1 from USC, he is a big-bodied wide receiver. Devontae Ross, number 5 from Troy, he is also a big-bodied wide receiver, but he's a speedster. Trevor Pena, number 8 from Syracuse, he's more of that slot receiver, but he's also bulky and seemingly an all-around wideout who helped. They just had 2 of those 3 also back returning punts. So, just use what you got, and you know, obviously when there's a will, there's a way. Find a way to score points, because that's what matters. It ain't golf. Not the lowest score that wins, the highest score that wins. So, out of the pistol, 2nd and 8 from the 44. Aller going to get sacked for the first time today. It'll be 3rd and long. And, you know, now with, you know, Aller at quarterback still, and he still had the backs. No Tyler Warren at tight end. Once again, who steps up at tight end? You know, whether it be Dinkins, Reynolds, Rapia, I've seen out there, 87. They're working the wide receivers more in their favor. That's an offside to cause a false start. Same thing as Penn State did in Nevada. Nevada just returned in favor. 12:30 to play in this first half. Yeah, offside on defense. So 5 yards and make it 3rd and 5. But rather than not being one-dimensional in the run game or one-dimensional in the pass game, just going to tight ends as they've been, because there's been no wide receivers really. Now it's, okay, yeah, you work the run game, but then they're working the pass game to the wide receivers, and we haven't seen a damn thing of the tight ends yet. Play clock winding down, they get the snap off, 3rd and 5, they run it. And Allen gets the first down. I mean, that's just confidence. You're going to run the ball, run a counter on 3rd and 5. And you believe you can get the first down because of what you have up front. And they do get the first down, and they'll move the sticks 1st and 10 here for the blue and white. So 10-0, looking to tack on to the lead. Dinkins in motion. Line is a little spaced out. Now they'll condense it out of a diamond formation. Hand off to Singleton and hit the hole and got to the 41 before being brought down. And they'll go hurry up. Officially from the 42. Aller down the middle. It's caught. And first down. Kyron Hudson once again, number 1, the USC transfer. Actually had a touchdown against Penn State in that overtime game last October. But a big pickup there on that play, giving Penn State another first down and 10, officially, see where they spotted at the 24-yard line. And pump fake, and near side, caught Pena at the 12, first down again for the Nittany Lions. And they'll go or hurry up. Yeah, 4 receivers, bottom, near side. Nevada called timeout. Yep, timeout Nevada's. Penn State was going hurry up, so catching them with their hands on their hips already. 10-10 to play in the first half. They'll go to break again. But yeah, they had 4 lined up near side, bottom of your screen, and pump fake on the bowl screen, and then just a bullet on a what looked to be a curl, but then an out route to the sideline, and Pena on the catch at the 12 for pickup of 12, and they have a first and 10 again. So, meantime, timeout Nevada. We take a break, and we'll get back to the action momentarily. So, would like for them to go to the tight ends, but maybe that's just not, in the plans right now. It's not like, they been open or covered or whatever the case may be. They just haven't flat out gone to him at all. The play calls, the ball distribution has been to the backs and to the 3 receivers. Nobody else. So, obviously you're in the red zone here, and you'd like somebody to step up at tight end, you would. Like, I don't care who it is, just obviously you're not going to get the same production as what Tyler Warren gave you, no doubt about it. I'm not stupid. I'm not saying that. It's just you'd like it a little bit. You'd like balance. You'd like consistency. I'm not saying they're not balanced. They're running the ball well. They're passing the ball well. But you'd like to use everything, you have, in your hands to work with. So use it to your advantage. But we'll see if here they can score some more points, punch it in. I mean, I'll take a field goal if it comes down to it. Didn't want the field goal in the last drive, but, it did make a 2-score game, 10-0 early. This was just extend the lead, still be 2 scores at 13-0 if they do have to settle for 3. But then, you score a touchdown, you're up 3 scores at 17-0, early, mid-second quarter, depending on how much more time comes off here on this drive. But crowd's filed in, and stadium looks good. It does. We'll get into the talk about the construction and the renovation and all that in a little bit. I thought by now maybe we would talk about it a little bit, but and we have, but believe me, I have a lot to say. So just wait. 1st and 10, and Al are going to be now motioning back into play quarterback, as they were going to run a wildcat, it looked like. And he'll hand off. Singleton, or Fat Man, excuse me. And he's going to get in. Touchdown. Touchdown. Thank you. Touchdown, Penn State. And he kicks down the door. Let's go. Singleton got the touchdown early. They kicked the field goal, and now the Fat Man, Katron Allen, punches in for 6. And, yeah, that's a touchdown. Even though the Nevada player hit the pylon, he was reaching for the goal line, reaching for that pylon. And that's a touchdown, Penn State. They're going to look at it, though, in the meantime. Of course they are. What's new? Penn State scores, you look at it. Penn State kicks a field goal, They didn't look at it, but Penn State scores again. They got to look at it again. Jesus fucking Christ. Give me a fucking break, for God's sake. Touchdown on the field. They have to find an indisputable evidence to overturn it. They're not going to have it. That's a touchdown. Good God. Well, you still go by the fucking goal line. Jesus Christ. Touchdown. They overturn this. You're going to hear all the boos in the world from all 110,000. Remember, call on the field is a touchdown. So they have to find an indisputable evidence to return it. Franklin waiting to get word from the ref on the sideline as they're still under the hood. The Zebras are looking at it. It's a fucking touchdown if I've ever seen one. What you doing, big dog? Huh, buddy? What's up? Gonna lay down. There you go. Just a simple handoff, and he gets in touchdown, but it's upheld is the new term. It stands. Touchdown, Penn State. Because there wasn't enough to over-fucking turn it, because there's a touchdown on the field. So it stands. And here's the extra point from Ryan Barker. So the south end zone got the first touchdown. The south end zone got the field goal. The north end zone gets this touchdown down right in front of the visitor tunnel. And the extra point is up and good. 17-0 now Penn State with 10:02 to play in this first half. So from one back to the other, the yards are starting to pile up. They both have a touchdown today. They're both, like I said, going for the all-time rushing record in Penn State football history this season. We'll see who gets it, if one of them gets it, if both of them get it, and then it's back and forth with who, ends on top. And so if they can run those two, and Aller has the weapons to throw to now at wide receiver, and they get, the tight end room going with the line they have up front and the defense overall, and, relying on special teams. Like I said, you can only hope for happy days in Happy Valley this season, and, some magic to be made over the next couple months to, like I said, maybe be winning a national championship in January. So that's then. This is now. That's a long ways away. Feels like last season just ended, but here we are kicking off this year, and one thing at a time. And it'll be over, when it's over, months from now. But in no hurry by any means. Unless you told me that Penn State was winning the national championship this year, I'd say, yeah, let's get to the national championship game right now. And let's get those final, couple seconds, off the clock and a W in the win column. But 17-0, and 24/7, get the gear. PennStateClothes.com, family clothesline commercial for the first time this year. Haven't seen the new, or the, not new, but the Big Ten commercial from coast to coast during this game just yet. So we'll see if my TV's really bugged, and if that appears anytime soon, as we are live as live can get. Live in the living color, Penn State up 17-0 on Nevada, scoring all 17 points off of 2 turnovers and then forcing a punt. So, you know, time possession clearly in their favor. They're running the ball well. You know, Aller finding his wide receivers. You know, the line up front protecting well and blocking well in the run game. Just would like somebody to step up at tight end. You know, I mean, seriously. So, we'll see what gives. Penn State on a kickoff. It is 17-0. And another fair catch. No, they're going to return this one from the 5. And out to the 25, make it the 30-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Wolfpack. So, 3 scores, 17-0 game. See if they can get anything going. And we'll see how this Penn State defense continues to play here as we near halftime. Under 10 now to play in this first half. So Penn State back out on defense. Chubba Purdy going to keep it for himself. Got a good block and about a 15-yard run down the far sideline before getting pushed out of bounds. Add those rushing yards to his total. He was 4 for 7 on the ground, so make it, 5 for almost 25 or so. He's 3 for 4 passing with 23 yards, and obviously the interception to Zane Durant. And then, obviously, Purdy now 5 for 25 on the dot rushing after that run. 3 for 4 passing, 23 yards with the pick. So 2 make it a big bubble screen before Harvey and Lane, the 2 detectives, wrap them up. So now they're back to, they can cover the slant, but now they can't fucking cover the ball screen again. Jesus Christ. Good blocking, maybe a hold, but they wrap them up at the 35. $25 yard line. 24 officially. 1st and 10 for Nevada. Knock on the door. As CBS is scoreboard graphic has disappeared for whatever reason. They hand off up the middle for a good 5-6 yard run, and it'll be 2nd down. So got to watch to know the down and distance, and we can only imagine the time. But they're getting something going now on this drive. They are. As we do finally have some stats. That's why I'm reading them off here. As Nevada started to drive there. A little balance as well for them. So inside the 20, inside the red zone for the first time today at the 17. Like I said, last year, 76% conversion rate in the red zone. Ball's on the ground. Penn State has it. There is a flag on the play, it looks like, as well. But DDS with the hit on Purdy. And then the ball got jarred loose. Whether they say fumble, incomplete pass, I don't know. They say incomplete, okay. And that must have been something else thrown by the ref, not a yellow flag. Now we got a score, and a down and distance with 3rd and 3, but no time. CBS was having the same issue with a game last night. Quarterback draw on 3rd and 3. They get the 1st down at the 11. So 1st and 10 here for Nevada. We'll see if this is saying anything about a time. 7:38. Maybe a little less. So 1st and 10 Nevada here from the 11. And they'll run an option. He keeps it again for himself. Gets a couple yards. Be 2nd down inside the 10. See if the Penn State defense can JB books it up and keep this Nevada offense out of the end zone, shoot them down, and keep this shutout alive as we near halftime. There's the time. Thank you. We're back. 6:20 and counting. 2nd and 7 from the 9. More like 2nd and 8 from the 9 because they need the 1-yard line. So CBS's graphics are all over the place right now. It says 2nd and 8 on the field. It says 2nd and 7 on the scoreboard. Yet the first down's the 1 and they're at the 9. So 2nd and 8. Now it's 3rd and 9 at the 10. Come on, defense. I mean, force a kick if you have to. Just don't give up a touchdown here. Third and 9 from the 10 out of an empty 5-wide set. Purdy getting pressured, avoids a sack, pump fakes, and will get pushed out of bounds by Dom DeLuca. No gain on the play. 4th down from the 10, so they're going to have to kick it. And it'll be a 10, 20, 27, 28-yard field goal, give or take, just like Penn State's was. So from the right hash, kicks up and good. Nevada on the board with a field goal. 4:52 to play in the first half. Penn State going to get the ball back, leading 17-3. All 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning as well. And then also, as Penn State kicked off to begin the game, they'll get the ball back to begin the second half. So go on one of those drives, work some clock here, and we'll go from there. But update some overall stats now that we officially have them uploaded here. Before we dive into what else I had planned to talk about today, and like I said, thought maybe talk about a little bit more than what we have. We talked about a little bit, but not as much as I thought we would by now. But the stadium and the renovation construction project they have ongoing. So at this rate, we'll probably save that for the second half and into the post game, if you will. But still early, still a lot of football to be played. 17-3, Penn State can get the ball back, and like I said, just going to drive here, and I'd work clock more than anything, especially with a 14-point lead, and just slow it down a little bit. You don't need to be going hurry up, okay? You don't. 4:51, 52 to play, like I said, in the first half, and you're going to get the ball back with, probably the length of the field to work with unless you get a decent return. 3 timeouts, 2 warning. I mean, work clock, but go drive and score. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how it shakes out, how they play, and we'll go from there. And then, like I said, they'll get the ball back after 20-minute halftime, to begin the second half. So, but we'll talk about the stadium in a little bit. It is 17-3, as mentioned. Chuba Purdy is 4 of 6, 51 yards. And the interception by Zane Durant. Also, even rushing with 8. And Brown leads Nevada in receiving with 1 catch for 28 yards. Penn State on the flip side, Drew Allard 7 of 8 for 70 yards, so a 10-yard first down average. The fat man, Katron Allen, has 6 carries, 32 yards, and the last touchdown from 12 yards out. And then Singleton, 5 of 19, and a 1-yard rushing score to get on the board early, 7-0. Barker had a 28-yard field goal in between that. And Penn State leads 17-3, getting the ball back here. Yeah, under 5 to play in the first half. And it's a short kick fielded at the 8. Dinkins. And the tight end gets out past midfield, inside the 20, down at the fucking 15-yard line. When was the last time Penn State just didn't have a return that good, okay? But had the starting tight end back returning kickoffs. And he just hit the lane and went. Broke a couple tackles, didn't step out until right there. And see ya, kicker. Wouldn't want to be ya. So, all right, well, change of plans. I know I said work clock. I mean, you got a 1st and 10 inside the red zone to begin this drive after an excellent kickoff return by Khalil Dinkins, the tight end. So they do step up, not on offense, but in the return game. And that's what you'd like to see in the return game for one, but I wasn't expecting to buy that tight end. That's what's a little shocking. But yeah, from the 21 after a loss, 2nd and 12. But let's get these tight ends involved now on offense. Where's Dinkins out on offense? You know, Luke Reynolds as well. Aller looking to throw, drops back, complete. Singleton, no gain, 3rd down. So now, yeah, like I said, a little change of plans. You probably don't want to work clock. You want to score here. They'll probably get the ball back. But you also don't want to fucking do nothing after a return like that, which is sort of what they're doing. 3rd and 13, you know, they get the 1st and 10 inside the 20 after an excellent kickoff return. But then ever since that on offense here, they've gone backwards. They're 4 or 5 though on 3rd down today, so we'll see if they can convert. Once again, they need the 8-yard line from the 22 here. Trips far side. Aller looking to throw, going to step up, tuck it and run, and he'll be short of the 10. So, looks like they're going to have to settle for 3 once more. Take your points, kick it. Yeah. It's 4th and a long, too. It's not 4th and 1 or less than the yard. Take your points, kick it. I mean, yeah, you go for it. You could get it, but you still might end up settling for 3 anyway. Yeah, you can score a touchdown, but take your points, kick it. Go up 20-3. Get that 17-point lead back that you just had at 17-0. They kicked the field goal, obviously, but now you're up 20-3. So 2-2-2 to play in the second. Obviously, we'll would have loved a touchdown on that drive again. I mean, rather than 20-3, it probably should be 28-3. But that's neither here nor there. Points are points. I'll take it. Yeah, it's 20-3. They're back up 17 as they just were. But they couldn't really capitalize with that, long kickoff return, which officially went down as... Or that wasn't Khalil Dinkins. That was King Mack. That was King Mack, the safety. He's also wearing 16 on defense. So they have him back returning kicks because he's not playing a lot in the secondary right now. Played for Penn State for a couple years, transferred to Alabama last year. But then he just transferred back to Penn State. So that, my bad. That was not Khalil Dinkins on the kickoff return. That was King Mack. So regardless, as it went from the 8 to like the 20-yard line, so do the math, a good, 42, 70, 72-yard kickoff return. Could have scored a touchdown off of it. Had to settle for 3 again. It was another 28-yard field goal from the 10-yard line for Ryan Barker. So, yeah, they're back up 17, and it's 20-3. Nittany Lions, as we'll now hit the 2-minute warning. There actually is King Mack out on defense now, so they're getting him involved in the secondary. That's just the depth they have from the way they've recruited. They have playmakers all over the field. So, yeah, if I or anybody else would do that in the store, you'd be getting kicked out, let alone probably arrested. That's a good one, though. Take the staple gun off the shelf and just start shooting it in the air. So, all right.
Nothing personal. It's leaning away from more sunlight.
Do you want any pointers on my downward dog?
We get it. It's a Google Pixel 10 Pro from Verizon.
Yeah, 20-3.
Oh, appreciate you.
Update some more Penn State offensive stats. Aller, his stat line has not changed. 7 of 8, 70 yards. Fat Man, as mentioned, he has 6 of 32 and a touchdown. Singleton lost a couple yards, so rather than Rey Mysterio, 619, he's 616 now. 6 carries, 16 yards. And the first touchdown, like I said, had his touchdown from a yard out, had the first 28-yard field goal, had Fat Man's 12-yard rushing touchdown, and then had the second 28-yard field goal. It's 20-3 Nittany Lions. Hudson has 3 catches, 37 yards receiving. Pena 328, and then Singleton 2 of 4. So nothing to Devontae Ross, also at wide receiver, or Liam Clifford, and then still nothing to the tight ends. So I mean, is what it is. They're moving the ball. Overall game stats, they have almost 20 minutes of time possession here as we near halftime in this first 30 minutes. So, just keep doing what you're doing.
That's the only thing I do at the gym now. I make smoothies. It was such a fun day of filming, and I think they saw what I could do at the gym, and I said, "Can you just get in the background?" And
So 20-3 Penn State, 2 minutes to play in this first half. It is 2nd and 8 for Nevada. Penn State with 3 timeouts. You might want to use one of these after 2nd down to make it 3rd down, and the other one after 3rd down to make it 4th down, if that's how it works out. Tackle for loss. Yep. 3rd and long. And Penn State does call a timeout. Okay. So you definitely want to call another timeout after the 3rd down to go to 4th down. You'll get the ball back with a minute and change and a timeout in your pocket to go potentially score again before halftime. Use the sideline as your friend. Get the hell out of bounds. Clock's going to stop. Obviously, clock's going to stop if you get a first down for them to, spot the chains. They're not using no Hawkeye technology in college football to, measure first downs. They still have a chain gang in college football. They still have a chain gang in the NFL, but they're not going to use it unless they absolutely have to. Yeah, get another stop here on third down, call another timeout, get the ball back. Minute change, like I said, in timeout. And then go score before halftime. I'll take another field goal if it comes down to it. Score a touchdown would be nice. It's touchdown, field goal is where they're at right now. So if the trend continues, touchdown next. But they got to get up the field here first on 3rd and 12. Nevada hands off up the middle, and they wrap them up. So 4th down, timeout. So get the ball back with, minute 51 right now, but a little less than that after this punt. Say minute 40, give or take, and a timeout. And, we'll see about the field position because of the kickoff return recently. See about a punt return coming up next. But here's the Big Ten commercial from Washington to Oregon to UCLA to USC, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Northwestern, Illinois, and the land of Lincoln, Purdue, the Hoosier State, with Indiana as well, the Big House with Michigan and Michigan State, OHIO. The Buckeyes beat Texas earlier. There's Maryland Rutgers, but we are Penn State in Happy Valley, up 20-3 on the Nevada Wolfpack with a minute 51 to play in this first half. So they'll have, like I said, see field position-wise where they're going to get the ball back at. About a 1st and 10 here. Yeah, they got 2 back deep to receive this punt. But, yeah, they'll have a minute change and a timeout and maybe block the punt. No. They're going to let it bounce and be down at the 36-yard line. So, all right. It'll be Penn State ball up 20-3. 1st and 10 of the 36 with a minute 38 to play in the half. Once again, 1 timeout, but use the sideline. It's your friend. Get the hell out of bounds. Clock's going to stop. And, we're under 2 minutes, so the clock's going to stop as well. If you get a 1st down for them to respot the chains. And then just go score some points here before halftime. So I'll take a field goal, go up 23-3, score a touchdown, go up 27-3. But it's been touchdown, field goal, so it only means touchdowns coming next. But then they'll get the ball back to begin the second half as well. A little shuffle pass over the middle to begin this drive to Nick Singleton for Penn State 1st down. So the clock stops in the meantime. They'll reset the chains, and then they'll wind the clock. Unless Nevada calls a timeout, obviously, which they don't. 1st and 10, Penn State. And a pass over the middle is Kyron Hudson once again. Seemingly he, along with Pena, are, 1A, 1B at wide receiver here today for Penn State. And it's 1A, 1B at tailback with, Singleton and Allen. Hey, they finally go to tight ends. 85, Luke Reynolds on the catch, gets out of bounds, so the clock's going to stop with that and won't wind. Even though he did get the 1st down at the 42-yard line. Aller near side, high, it's incomplete, out of bounds. Intended for Hudson once again. So incomplete, 2nd and 10 from the 42, minute 3 to play in the half. Got 1 timeout. Obviously, get the hell out of bounds if possible. Just to work some more clock. But move the sticks, work the chains. Like I said, if you got to set up for 3, I'll take it. Go up 23-3, but would love a touchdown. Go up 27-3 here at halftime and then get the ball back to begin the second half. So, 2nd and 10. Aller, far side, incomplete, intended for Pena. So, incomplete, 3rd and 10 now from the 42-yard line. And it was bobbled a little bit and almost picked off. Maybe a little push off, but Thank God they didn't call it. These refs are letting them play today. It's week 1. All right, let these guys go out and play and, see if they go out there calling the obvious shit. But, yeah, pass incomplete. So now, empty set, 3rd and 10 with 58 seconds to play now, up 20-3. Aller, pump fakes, far side, caught, Reynolds, but he's going to be short of the 35. So, all right, he has 2 catches now on this drive for some decent yardage. 4th and short, they're going to line up to go for it. 4th and 2. They will go for it. Shit. And it's caught. And a first down. Devontae Ross now for the first time today. His first catch as an Nittany Lion. So now all 3 new wide receivers Penn State got out of the transfer portal have at least 1 catch. 1st and 10 from the 31. Aller gonna step up. Throw in the end zone, caught, touchdown. Kyron Hudson. And so now the next time they'll go on a scoring drive, it'll be a field goal. No, hopefully it's another touchdown, but it's just back and forth. Touchdown, field goal, touchdown, field goal. But this touchdown ain't a rushing touchdown, and it sure is only a 28-yard field goal. It's a passing touchdown from Drew Aller to one of his 3 new wide receivers, as that drive was all pass, actually, as well. They didn't run the damn ball a single time. Lucky 7 for 15-1 for 6. Make it 7. Yeah, he's wide fucking open. He got behind the DB and put his hand up, and Aller saw him, and it's caught for a touchdown, and the extra point is up and good. So 27-3 now, Penn State, with 23 seconds to play in this first half. So Aller, update these stats. With his first passing touchdown on the season, it goes to number 1. As Penn State is number 2 right now, because they are the shit, but hoping to be number 1 at the end of the season. Aller 14 of 17 for 133 yards and that touchdown to Hudson, who has 5 catches, 75 yards receiving, and a touchdown. Pena 3 of 28, Singleton 3 of 15, Luke Reynolds 2 catches, 11 yards on that drive. So, I mean, we thought it was Dinkins on the kickoff return. It wasn't. It was King Mack, the other 16 on defense. But Reynolds seemingly going to be the number 1 tight end once they start to work these guys in, because they haven't until just 5 seconds ago on that drive with his couple catches. So, touchback on the kick, 1st and 10 Nevada. See what they do, if anything at all. A couple timeouts, 23 seconds, but they got a ways to go. They've turned the ball over a couple times. They might just take a knee here and go into halftime. And, Penn State scores to end the half, and then they're going to get the ball back to begin the second half and hopefully score then as well. So Purdy in the gun. They'll hand off, actually fake it. Ball's on the turf. They say incomplete, though. Even though it was behind the line of scrimmage on the pass. So incomplete, 2nd and 10. So we'll see if they try to run another play or if they now decide to take a knee. I don't know. We'll see. Just fucking run it, okay? And they will, but tackle for loss by a gang of Nittany Lions. And the first half will expire. Penn State will get the ball back to begin the second half with a 27-3 lead on the Wolfpack. They double it up. You get the 54 that the over-unders set at. Obviously, they're 44-point favorites. I care less if they cover. Just find a way to win. But See if they have an interview with head coach James Franklin here going into half or not. Yep, here we go. He's 26-0 at home against non-conference opponents as the Penn State head coach. Yeah, they have played well in the first half, but it's a 60-minute game. Yeah, be consistent. Consistency is key. Balance, consistency, keep it simple, rhythm, momentum. You know, they're up 27-3, but remember, 10 points that they have are off of turnovers. So it could be 17-3 at halftime if they don't have those turnovers. So halftime here for the next 20 minutes or so. Penn State up 27-3 at the half on Nevada. Penn State will get the ball back to begin the second half as well. So we'll see what they, do then and into the third and fourth quarters. But update some first half stats and scores here for you. Just once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my college football Penn State live play-by-play watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That'll be Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and hit that red subscribe button, notification bell next to it live right here on YouTube. Thumbs up button if you're enjoying. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. As well as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. Be sure to go check them out also in the description below and scan the QR code behind me if you haven't done so already. You can also click on the first top link in the description. It is good as the QR code. But at the half, Penn State leading Nevada 27-3. Lions to also receive the second half kick. Chubba Purdy, Brock's little brother, after bouncing around from Florida State to Nebraska, now in Reno with the Wolfpack. He is officially, come on, for 51 yards, and the interception on a screen that was picked up by Zane Durant. And then Penn State went a little too hurry up and had to settle for their first field goal after the opening drive. Offensive touchdown was 7 points on a 1-yard rushing touchdown by Nick Singleton, capitalizing off of a Nevada fumble to begin the game. After they started to drive and got a couple first downs, turned the ball over, Penn State went and scored. Singleton up 7-0 with his rushing touchdown. And then Purdy's interception. Zane Durant almost picked six it the whole way for pay dirt, but brought down, and then they, like I said, went a little too hurry up and then had to settle for 3. So that 28-yard field goal from Ryan Barker was up and good. Penn State led 10-0. In the meantime, Chubba Purdy, 8 carries, 32 yards. Rushing, Woods has a carry for 10 yards as well. Brown, 1 of 28. Carpenter, 1 of 12. Bellion, 2 of 11. Their defense has a sack on Drew Aller. But Penn State, after being up that 10-0, as mentioned, they went and scored again after forcing a Nevada punt. It was a fat man, Katron Allen, 12-yard rushing touchdown there to go up 17-0. They then allow a field goal, also from about 28 yards. So they led 17-3. Penn State went and kicked themselves another 28-yard field goal to go back up 17 at 20-3. And then, as the passing's been there from Drew Aller, he officially at halftime is 14-17 for 133 yards passing and a touchdown. They have a couple completions to Luke Reynolds at tight end, but nobody else. But with the run game that's been there in recent years with Singleton and Allen, it is still there. But the receivers have stepped up with the 3 transfers from Pena from Syracuse, from Hudson from USC, and Ross from Troy. Hudson has the receiving touchdown. 5 catches, 75 yards for him and the score. Pena, 3 of 28, also had a run. 1 rush for 13 yards for him on a jet sweep. And then he's also back returning punts. Khalil Dinkins had about not Khalil Dinkins at 16, but King Mack, the other 16. He had about a 70-yard kickoff return, but then that was when they had to settle for the other field goal to go up 20-3. And then, the passing touchdown came. So, by land or air, starts up front, obviously. And then, the run game, the pass game, the return game and special teams is there as well. They are kicking field goals and, taking their points while they can get them. So, an overall, team, not win just yet in the win column, but for the first half, I mean, it's offense, defense, and special teams all over the place, and they're looking good. I get they're playing Nevada once again. They're up 27-3, but it's building blocks because it's a long season. So Drew Aller at halftime once again is 14-17, 133 yards and a touchdown. The fat man Katron Allen leading the team in rushing right now, 6 carries, 32 yards, and a score for him. There's balance in the rushes because Singleton also has 6 rushes for 16 yards and a touchdown. To his credit, his was from a yard out. Allen's was from 12 yards out, but hey, it's still 6 points. Make it 7 with the extra point up and good on both of them at the end of the day. Anyways, Ryan Barker 2 for 2 on 2 separate 28-yard field goals, and then Drew Aller with his passing touchdown to Kyron Hudson. As mentioned, he leads the team in receiving, 5 catches, 75 yards, and the 31-yard touchdown. Pena, 3 of 28 receiving, also has a rush for 13 yards. Singleton, 3 of 15 receiving. Luke Reynolds, 2 of 11. And then Devontae Ross has a catch for 4 yards as well. Defensively, Campbell has 5 total tackles at linebacker, number 24. Wheatley, 3. Rojas, 3. Dennis Sutton has 3. And then, King Mack's kick return officially went for 73 yards. But no touchdown, got brought down around the 20. They went backwards, had to settle for 3 as mentioned, but then they scored on the passing touchdown. And then forced Nevada to nothing before halftime, and Penn State's getting the ball back to begin the second half. So, overall game stats in this first half right now with Penn State and Nevada. Penn State's had 35 total plays for 203 total yards on a 5.5, almost 6-yard average. And have had the ball for a total time of 21 minutes and 14 seconds out of the first 30, up 21-3. So they're looking good. I get, once again, it's Nevada, but they're looking good. And they haven't turned the ball over. Nevada's turned the ball over twice. 1 fumble, 1 interception. Penn State capitalized off of both of those for a total of 10 points. So, 27-3. But as mentioned, if they don't have, it's only 17-3 at halftime right now. So you take your points while you can get them, one way or another. So, 27-3. at the half here, Penn State leading, and I'll leave it at that. We'll update some scores from around college football. We're actually going to recap week 0 first off from the games last weekend. Once this officially loads. And then we'll also recap what's already happened, so far today. And then preview still what's to come tonight. And then also next week for week 2, but the first full weekend in September, as today is August the 30th, 2025. So, week 0 in college football. We had officially the first game of the college football season kickoff across the pond in Ireland last Saturday in the Big 12, with Iowa State defeating Kansas State officially 24-21 in a top 25 matchup. UNLV defeated Idaho State 38-31. Kansas defeated Fresno State 31-7 in their first home game at their newly renovated home stadium as well. So Rock Chalk over the Bulldogs. Western Kentucky with a 41-24 win over Sam Houston State. And then Hawaii late last Saturday night defeated Stanford on a game-winning field goal from the Islands, 23-20. Week 1 kicked off on Thursday night with an upset, as Boise State still hasn't won since the game prior for playing Penn State, which would have been the Mountain West Conference Championship game on their home blue turf in Boise early last December, because after that, obviously, Penn State defeated Boise State in the Fiesta Bowl on New Year's Eve, but then Boise State went to Tampa to play the South Florida Bulls, and they sent Boise packing 34-7 in an upset win to kick off the year. Rutgers defeated Ohio 34-31 also on Thursday night. Bowling Green, who Penn State had some trouble with last year in non-conference action, defeated Lafayette 26-7. NC State with a 24-17 win over East Carolina in a bowl game rematch from just last year. UCF with a 17-10 win at home in the Bounce House over Jack State. Delaware 35-17 win at home against visiting Delaware State, who didn't have to travel far. St. Francis from just down the road here in the Valley, just west of Altoona and Loretto, they went to Louisiana Monroe and got shut out 29-0. So Flash, and they're back home 0-1. Akron also got shut out. The Zips, they scored Zip at home, losing 10-0 against Wyoming. Mizzou, 61-6 win at home against Central Arkansas, as former Penn State quarterback Bo Pribula, who wore number 9 for the Nittany Lions the past few years, backing up Drew Aller, transferred to Columbia to be a Tiger, and played well in his first game in the SEC. Duke, 45-17 win at home against Elon, not Musk, but the university. Oklahoma State with a 27-7 win at home in Stillwater against UT Martin. Should have been a Cowboy there. Minnesota with a 23-10 win against the Buffalo Bulls. Houston shut out Stephen F. Austin, 27-0. UAB in a shootout at home against Alabama State, 52-42 the win there. Nebraska played at Cincinnati, but it was a neutral site game in Kansas City, so it turned out to be a Nebraska home game. And the Cornhuskers defeated the Cincinnati Bearcats 20-17 late Thursday night. Wisconsin, they shut out Miami, Ohio out of the MAC 17-0. jumping around inside of Camp Randall as well. No shutout on Thursday night. Had San Diego State defeat Stony Brook 42-0. Last night, we had an upset in double overtime. Tarleton State, out of the FCS, beat the Army Black Knights on a game-winning field goal in double overtime, 30-27. The Fighting Illini of Illinois put up 52 on Western Illinois. Michigan State, 23-6 win at home in East Lansing against the visiting Broncos from Western Michigan. Wake Forest almost got upset by Kennesaw State, winning 10-9. App State beat Charlotte 34-11. Kansas wins again, so they've already played 2 games after playing week 0 last week, and they're 2-0, defeating Wagner 46-7. Auburn went to Baylor, and it was a blowout at first, but then a back and forth game, and then they got back out on top and stayed on top. And the Auburn Tigers whacked the Baylor Bears in Waco. Officially, your final score 38-24 before they returned home on the Plains. Georgia Tech went to Colorado, beat the Buffs 27-20 in Coach Prime Deion Sanders' first game at Colorado without his son Shedeur Sanders playing quarterback for him from Jackson State to Colorado in Boulder, let alone Travis Hunter as well, as they're both now in the National Football League. But that was a good game, back and forth, and then Georgia Tech scored with a minute to go to take the lead at 27-20, which ended up obviously being the go-ahead game-winning touchdown because they went at 27-20, but the Hail Mary came up just short for Colorado as time expired. Penn State's next opponent next week in Florida International played last night. They defeated Bethune-Cookman 42-9 at their home Bowl Stadium. Florida International at Penn State next Saturday at high noon on the Big Ten Network, and I'll have live play-by-play watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube, and so be sure to tune in. You know, they are also 2-0. They won at Sam Houston State last night, 38-21. And Central Michigan, because San Jose State cannot kick long field goals, won it 16-14 against the Spartans. Ongoing in, we'll start off with some final scores from the early window today now in college football. In no particular order, but the defending national champions, the Ohio State Buckeyes, defeated the Texas Longhorns once again in a low-scoring defensive showdown. Officially, your final score 14-7. As obviously we caught watched the whole game, but we caught the tail end of that live right here on YouTube as we were beginning the stream for the Penn State game. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Tennessee defeated Syracuse in an neutral site game, but it was really a home game for them. They were blowing them out, but ended to be a high-scoring affair. 45-26 win for the Vols over the Orange. Boston College beat Fordham 66-10 in former Penn State head coach Bill O'Brien's first game of his second season at the helm in Chestnut Hill. West Virginia has Rich Rod back on the sidelines down there in Morgantown. Obviously, Penn State the past 2 years had kicked off the season against the WVU Mountaineers, hosting in 23, and then Penn State went down to Morgantown for the first game to kick off last year with that weather delay, but then, still found a way to win. And, West Virginia fired Neil Brown, and then they brought back Rich Rod, who most recently, brought West Virginia its most success, over the past 25 years. I get Bill Stewart, I get Dana Holgerson, I get Neil Brown, but, you think of West Virginia football, you think of Don Nehlen for one, but, recently, Rich Rod, and he's 1-0 in his second stint as the Mountaineer head coach as they defeated Robert Morris 45-3. speaking of Robert Morris, and speaking of Penn State, and speaking of the stadium renovation and construction, which we're going to get into this second half, as they're actually talking about the Penn State Creamery. Freshly milked cows earlier this week, making up the ice cream that's being served at the creamery downtown. But creamery ice cream, you can't go without. Best out there, that ain't ice cream you can buy in the store. But hey, you can order creamery ice cream online if you do not know and get it shipped directly to your house. As we're actually about to kick off this second half. So I'll digress on updating some scores. We'll get back to that in a minute. From what's happened, well, we did week 0, already week 1 to this point. Some of these earlier games we'll get to, and then games ongoing, obviously. Preview still has to come, preview next week. And the NFL. Well, we'll save the NFL for next week because the NFL doesn't kick off this week, it kicks off next week. So we can talk about that then. So Penn State on the kickoff return. They'll set up shop 1st and 10 with a 27-3 lead here. Now early third quarter. 14:55 to play in this third. But yeah, speaking of Robert Morris, a Pittsburgh school with Penn State's stadium renovation, stadium construction. Yeah, Penn State football at Beaver Stadium. It's always been football. Recently, they've had 2 concerts. The one, most recently, Luke Combs, went better than the first one they ever had. Fat Man Katron Allen, 10-yard run up the middle for him. So they'll move the sticks right off the bat. 1st and 10 to another 1st and 10 for Penn State. But Penn State's going to open the door for more events at Beaver Stadium moving forward. And I'll get into that shortly because that pass is complete. Trevor Pena for another Penn State first down. And thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. So, yeah, they're not making it look easy, but you can say that again, I guess. 1st and 10. And an empty set 5 wide from the 48. Actually motion the back into Aller's left and fake the run, fake the run. They'll dish it off near side on a pass. Pena for another completion, another Penn State first down. They've ran 4 plays this half, and they've picked up 4 first downs. And they're out past midfield now, into Nevada territory, ball at the 35-yard line. Aller looking to throw again. Gonna tuck it and run, but it's coming back with a flag. Probably a hold, if I'd have to guess, because it came from behind the line of scrimmage, or maybe a hands to the face. We'll see here what the call is, what the dirty laundry is from the Zebras. Yeah, it's a holding on Penn State. 10 yards, they'll replay it down. So, second down for Penn State. But no, yeah, Penn State. They're going to have Penn State hockey inside of Beaver Stadium on January the 31st, 2026. So, about a week and a half after, hopefully Penn State wins the national championship this year. The Penn State women's hockey team will be hosting Robert Morris. The Penn State men's hockey team will be hosting Michigan State. Puck drops, all that, still to be determined. But they just announced it yesterday. They teased it earlier this week, but they just announced it yesterday officially that they're going to host an outdoor hockey game inside of Beaver Stadium on the last day of January, early next year. And that just opens the door, obviously, for more events into the future for Penn State. As Aller on that play, they replayed the down, remember, second down and long after the hold. He tucked it and ran there and got him back to 2nd and 10 here with 12 and a half to play in the third quarter. But it really opens the door for the NHL to skate in, to have a Winter Classic or Stadium Series game I mean, most notably, you would hope with the Pens and the Flyers. You know, you have Pittsburgh and Philly meeting in State College. But then I get Terry Pagula, you know, who owns the Sabres up there in upstate Western New York and Buffalo. A Penn State alum, obviously has donated money to the university. As that pass is complete, and it's going to get overturned. They said catch on the field and first down at the 20, but it's going to be overturned. That's going to be incomplete. He caught it, but he never had any feet down. Obviously, in college, you only have to have one, and they wanted to go hurry up, but maybe a little bit, but also, obviously, you got to have control and possession. Remember, it's a catch on the field, so they have to find a spit of to return it. But that's a catch right there. I'll take that. Yeah, that's a first down for 20. But it looks like it might be getting overturned and it might be incomplete. We'll see. So they're going to look at it, think about it. Hopefully they tell us something good. But yeah, back to this hockey talk. I would understand if, you know, the Sabres are going to be included because, you know, of Pagula. Like I said, I get he's donated as much money as he has. And that's a catch. That is a catch. That is the shot right there. Thank you. That is a catch. Don't second guess yourself on a review. They shouldn't even be looking at this. I get why they are. That's 3 fucking plays now on Penn State they've looked at today. But that's a catch. That is a catch and a first down for Penn State at the 20. It's upheld. It's a first down. I don't get... See, upheld means, you know, like overturned. Like it's different. I don't know why they changed it. Like upheld needs to go away. Just say stands or confirmed. But they wanted to get, you know, fucking political with it, and we gotta do this now. No, just don't fix what ain't fucking broken, for God's sakes. But that's a catch and it's a first down. So at the 20, 1st and 10 here, Penn State. Yeah, we'll get back to the hockey talk in a minute, but like I said, it just opens the door for with Penn State hockey going to be playing. Handoff there for a couple yards. It's going to, for the other events for one, yes, which they've had 2 concerts, but other sporting events, other events in general, especially hockey. Penn State hockey, the playoffs, that's going to show the NHL, you know, hey, this can be done here now. You know, so hopefully, that's what I said. They'll skate in and we'll get a Winter Classic or a Stadium Series game. Like I said, would like Penn's Flyers, but I understand the Sabres because of Terry Pagula and the money he's donated, being an alum, and the Pagula Ice Arena is named after him, for God's sakes. So, that pass, near side, complete to Pena, but he's going to be right away, no game of play. So that's that, basically, you know, with that discussion. I just thought about it when I was talking about West Virginia beating Robert Morris. Oh, wait, yeah, duh. Perfect segue. Oh, shit. Yeah, Robert Morris women are going to be playing at Penn State women hockey, and Michigan State's playing at Penn State in men's hockey in the outdoor stadium game for Penn State at Beaver Stadium on January the 31st, early next year. 3rd and 8, Aller's pass caught, and Allen going to be brought down to 15. So if this trend continues, here we go again. 4th down, they're going to have to kick it, settle for 3. They went touchdown, field goal. Touchdown, field goal, touchdown to be up 27-3 here at half. And on the opening drive of the second half, they're going to have to settle for 3 and kick another field goal. It's going to be a little longer than 28-yard kick for Ryan Barker, but this is an NFL extra point from 33 yards to make it 30-3. And the kick's up and good. So Penn State does lead now Nevada 30-3 with 9:20 to play in the third quarter. So we'll now update some Penn State stats after that 5+ minute field goal drive. You know, that's 9 points, that could be 21. But I'll take it. You know, I mean, here we go again. They're going to score at least 30 points in a game again. And we'll see how long that continues on for. But you have, once again, touchdown to field goal, touchdown to field goal, touchdown to that field goal. So the next time should be a touchdown if that trend continues. So 30-3. And Drew Aller with Singleton and Allen, and Hudson, I think, is probably solidifying himself. I wouldn't say as the number one receiver, but Aller's go-to target today. You know, I mean, you have three, and maybe they'll be on a 3-game swing of, hey, this guy's going to do this week, this guy's going to do this the next week, this guy's going to do this the following week. I know, we'll see how it plays out. I mean, you'd like production by all three of them every fucking game, along with the backs and the tight ends, like just everybody, you know. But, you know, they are getting everybody involved. Obviously, yeah, I would like the tight ends to be a little bit more involved than they are. You know, Luke Reynolds only has 2 catches for 11. But Aller now, I mean, damn near perfect. Yeah, he's been sacked once, but 19 of 22 for 181 yards and the touchdown to Hudson before halftime. And then the fat man, Katron Allen, 8 of 43 on the ground and a touchdown. Aller, 6 of 20 rushing officially. Singleton, 6 of 16 on a touchdown. And Survivor returns in a couple weeks, which is good news. Getting tired of watching a bunch of reruns on TV of shows I've already seen. Let alone, you know, streaming wise on those platforms. You know, Survivor going on 25 plus years as we're back to it. But Hudson, 6 catches, 89 yards and a touchdown. Pena, 6 of 59. Also has that carry for 13 yards, as mentioned earlier. Singleton, 3 of 15. Luke Reynolds, 2 catches, 11 yards. Devontae Ross, 1 catch, 4 yards. You know, so, I mean, it's going Hudson, Pena, Ross in that order for the 3 transfer wide receivers. Liam Clifford's played a little bit. Does not have a catch. But Ryan Barker, 3 of 3 on his field goals with a long of 32. The other 2 were from 28 respectively. Nevada kickoff return from the 1-yard line to be brought down at the 16. So, 1st and 10 for the Wolfpack from there. So, I'll leave it at that, and we'll see what happens here. But yeah, we'll get back to updating some scores from around college football momentarily, so stay tuned for that as well. And we'll see if the defense get another turnover. You know, they got 2 on the first 2 drives, forced a punt, you know, gave up 3, but Nevada really hasn't done much other than that. Quarterback run, Purdy, going to be brought down after about a 6-7 yard scamper up the middle. So, yeah, we're obviously going to talk about the stadium renovation construction as well. So we'll get there. We got a lot of football to be played here still. 8:45 and counting to play in the 3rd quarter. 2nd and 3, they say. A long 3, more like 4. Purdy pass near side. They say catch. It looked low and incomplete, but all right. And they'll give him the mark too. It looks like 1st down. Nevada. Nevada hands off. Another tackle for loss. Fumble. Hey, I mean, did I just put that in the universe or what? Was he down, though, is the question. But it's recovered by Penn State one way or another. Denied Dennis Sutton and then Wheatley on the recovery. That's a fumble, and then Wheatley's right there to scoop it up. So, another turnover by Nevada. We'll see if Penn State can capitalize off of it. Scored 10 points, 2 turnovers on their first 2 drives to begin the game. Now here we're mid-third quarter, 7:36 to play in this third, up 30-3, and they're setting up shop inside the red zone at the 16-yard line. I mean, you should be able to score a touchdown here, especially if the trend continues. Pena on the reception, pushed out around the 2. So now 1st and goal, Penn State. First and goal at the 1, officially out of the pistol. They'll hand off Singleton. He's going to bounce it and walk in. Touchdown, Penn State again. So that's just the trend today. Touchdown, field goal. Touchdown, field goal. Touchdown, field goal to that touchdown. And Singleton, his second rushing touchdown of the game. So 36-3. And more points off of another turnover. It's going to be, if this extra point is up and what the fuck are they doing? Smolik in to run a 2-point play and nothing. So, all right, now it's 36-3. I don't know what the fuck that was. I get it. You're up as much as you are in a non-conference game. You want to test shit out like this. So, I don't know what he was doing. So, 36-3, and they scored 16 points off of 3 turnovers. So, it could be only 20-3. Still a 3-score game at that rate, but you like those 16 points, no doubt about it, and you'll take it. So, 36-3, and Nevada can get the ball back. We'll see if they can do anything, on this next drive or not, or if this Penn State defense is going to stop them again and potentially get another turnover. Penn State, a 2-play touchdown drive to score off that fumble. Aller now 20-23 for $196. Still a touchdown to Hudson. But Pena 7-74 receiving. And then Singleton 7 carries, 17 yards rushing, and his second rushing touchdown. Both from a yard out, I might add. But points are points. So, 36-3. 7:15 to play in the third. Nevada can get the ball. Back to these scores in college football. Good times never seem so good. So good. So good. So good. There's a better look at the construction on the west side there. As they pan back in from the aerial shot coming back from break here. But Sweet Caroline, in the meantime, inside of Beaver Stadium. So 36-3 is your score. Penn State on the kickoff.
Denial is just sitting back in his chair, and Gary says, "Don't you hate
Another touchback for Penn State kickoff unit. As Nevada will start 1st and 10. Nate Burleson is in attendance for Nevada. Oh, he's got kids on the team. Well, he also played there, but yeah, he's actually going to get interviewed now too. He works for CBS in the NFL today. Obviously played in the NFL for a while. But from the 25, 1st and 10 here, Nevada. And down he goes on the sack. DeJuan Lane to DDS to Niden Sutton. It is out of control. 2nd and 17 from the 18 after the sack. Nevada draw to Purdy, going to get 4 yards. So 3rd and 13 coming up. Football is king, ain't it? So 3rd, 13. Purdy getting pressured. DDS chasing him down again, and down he goes again. Dom DeLuca there going to get credit. It looks like a half sack apiece. So 4th and a mile, they'll punt. He's getting after him today, that's for damn sure. So Nevada on to punt. Penn State going to get the ball back. Ooh, they almost blocked the punt. And Pena on the return from the 45-50. 45, and that's where he'll go down, and Penn State will set up shot 1st and 10 for this upcoming drive.
4:47 remaining in the 3rd quarter.
So 4:47 to play in the 3rd. It's 36-3. Penn State on top of the Nevada Wolfpack, and they'll have a 1st and 10 when we come back. Continued update. Some scores from today. As mentioned, Ohio State beat Texas 14-7. Tennessee beat Syracuse 45-26. Mississippi State went to Southern Miss and won 34-17. Maryland won at home against FAU 39-7. Purdue shut out Ball State from Muncie, Indiana, 31-0. That'll probably make the top 10 list. 23-3 win for Tulane over Northwestern. Northwestern loses to Tulane 23-3. Pitt put up 61 on Duquesne, 61-9. So take away the one, and there you go. 52-7 win for Navy over the Virginia Military Institute. Kent State won. Beat Merrimack 21-17. Kentucky with a 24-16 win at home against Toledo, but plus the points would have worked there. As mentioned, BC beat Fordham and WVU beat Robert Morris 66-10 and 45-3 respectively. And then UConn beat Central Connecticut State 59-13. Games ongoing before we preview what's to come still tomorrow and then Monday and next week. And even later on tonight for that matter. Games live right now. I have scores of Indiana up on Old Dominion 27-14. Louisville's up 48-14. Under 10 to play on Eastern Kentucky. Georgia shutting out Marshall 31-0 early third quarter. Florida State's putting it to Alabama. Holy shit, they weren't fucking joking. Under 10 to play in the third. Seminoles are up 24-7 on the Crimson Tide. They wanted Alabama, and they got Alabama. And Florida State talked a bunch of shit all offseason. We're going to kick your ass. We're going to beat you. They're beating them right now. Game ain't over just yet, but 24-7 lead for Florida State on top of Alabama. Singleton on a wheel route near side. It's caught. First down. Penn State once again. Iowa State's leading South Dakota 41-7. Air Force on top of Bucknell 42-10. Singleton on the run for about 2 yards to the 20-21 yard line. Second down coming up for Penn State. Temple's on top of UMass 28-10. Northern Illinois 6-3 leading Holy Cross. I would say holy hell or holy shit, but it's no surprise Oregon is on top of Montana State 38-3. That pass near side incomplete. Third down and 8 coming up for Penn State. Maine and Liberty are tied at 7. Arkansas leading Alabama and A&M 31-7. And then Memphis on top of Chattanooga 28-3. Games to kick off soon. Illinois State at Oklahoma. Albany at Iowa. Coastal Carolina at UVA. James Madison hosting Weber State. Long Island's down in Gainesville in the Swamp taking on the Florida Gators. And then we'll get into the rest of what's to still come tonight and the games tomorrow, Monday, and then next week shortly. 3rd and 8 for Penn State. And they lose a yard, so 4th and 9. And guess what? They're going to have to settle for another field goal. So the trend will continue. From a touchdown at 7-0 to a field goal at 10-0 to a touchdown at 17-0 to a field goal at 20-3. And then the touchdown before halftime to go up 27-3. They kicked another field goal, go up 30-3, scored, 1 for 2, didn't get it, 36-3. Here's a 39-yard field goal from Ryan Barker. Kick is up and good. So now it's 39-3 Penn State with 3:21 to play in this third quarter. So update some more stats in the meantime. Actually, we'll let those load. And games still to kick off tonight. As mentioned, Illinois State at Oklahoma, Albany at Iowa, Coastal Carolina at Virginia, Weber State at James Madison, LIU at Florida, North Dakota's at Kansas State, UTSA and College Station taking on Texas A&M, Vandy's hosting Charleston Southern, Austin P at Middle Tennessee State, North Alabama at Western Kentucky, Southeast Missouri State's at Arkansas State, Morgan State is at South Alabama, no state at the end of their name, Nichols State is at Troy. Top 10 matchup in Death Valley, South Carolina with the visiting LSU Tigers from Death Valley, Louisiana. There's also Death Valley in California. The Undertaker also hails from Death Valley, but he's no Tiger, he's the dead man. And the Shootist, JB Books, and the Penn State the Lions are putting down the Nevada Wolfpack here today, 39-3. So we had a top 3 matchup at noon with Texas at Ohio State. Buckeyes beat the Longhorns 14-7. The other top 10 game today is LSU at Clemson later on tonight on ABC. And then there's a top 10 game tomorrow night, which we'll get to in a minute. But also tonight, New Mexico in the Big House taking on the Michigan Wolverines. Texas Tech hosting Arkansas Pine Bluff. Missouri State at USC from the Coliseum. Southeast Louisiana State at Louisiana Tech. UTEP at Utah State. Georgia State at Ole Miss. Portland State at BYU. Rice at Louisiana Lafayette. Eastern Michigan at Texas State. Lamar's at North Texas. Abilene Christian at Tulsa. East Texas A&M, not Texas A&M, but East Texas A&M is at the team Penn State last played inside of Beaver Stadium, and that's the SMU Mustang. Bryant at New Mexico State. Fresno State hosting Georgia Southern later on tonight. Northern Arizona, Arizona State. Idaho, Washington State. Cal at Oregon State in a Pac-10, Pac-12 rematch. Hawaii's at Arizona. Another old Pac-10, Pac-12 matchup. Utah, UCLA from the Rose Bowl. And then Colorado State is at Washington late tonight. And then the 2 games tomorrow and the 1 game Monday night are officially tomorrow afternoon, the Beamer Bowl with Virginia Tech and South Carolina. And then Catholics versus Convicts in the 3rd and final top 10 matchup of the opening weekend of college football this season with Notre Dame at Miami. They are back in the Orange Bowl where they played their next last game, obviously defeating Penn State. So 2 teams. Penn State hates Nevada. Obviously, they're up 39-3 on them. And the Wolfpack have a 1st and 10 here from the 25. As the sun's starting to go down a little bit. It doesn't really get dark till around 8 o'clock now. But Purdy with a big run down the far sideline. Shit. We'll see where they mark that at. Might have got out to midfield. As it's 39-3 here with 3 minutes, under now 3 minutes to play in this 3rd quarter. Did he step out at all? And maybe, yeah, right there. 1, 2, 3 times probably. But yeah, 2 teams Penn State absolutely hates, Notre Dame and Miami. So flip a coin on who you want to win. But yeah, Catholics versus Convicts tomorrow night. Nevada going to be 0-1 by that point. By the time Notre Dame and Miami kick off, as they'll run it for a yard there. And 2nd and 9 coming up. Yeah, 39-3 here is when you're doing the 3rd quarter. And then on Monday night, Bill Belichick, former head coach in the National Football League, 2nd most wins all time in NFL history. Obviously was in Cleveland, the Jets for a short time. But most notably with the Patriots winning 6 Super Bowls with Tom Brady as quarterback. He's now in college football with North Carolina. Pass down the middle, it's caught. 1st down, Wolfpack. And 21-17 for Penn State on the tackle. 21 is Torrey. And 17 is Kenny Wosley Jr. They make the tackle for the Lions in secondary. 1st and 10, Nevada at the 20. Knocking on the door, that pass incomplete. Nate Burleson on the target, not senior, not the NFL wide receiver, but one of his 2 sons, as they're both on the team and he was in attendance earlier. So obviously they interviewed him because he works for CBS. This game's on CBS. First and 10, make it second and 10 after the incompletion from the 20. And Purdy running around, pass deflected and goes out of bounds, incomplete. So 3rd and 10, but yeah. Bill Belichick's in college now at North Carolina, and they host TCU on Monday night, Labor Day night. And now next week in college football, we'll preview that here in a minute. Be 3rd and 10 in the meantime for Nevada. From the 20, empty set. Snapped it, but I don't think he was ready for it. Pass complete. Broken tackle. They get the first down. Jesus. So now under a minute to play in this 3rd quarter. Nevada's got a 1st and goal. Yeah, he clearly wasn't ready for the snap. But it worked out. They get the first down on the pass, so... First and goal from about the 10, it looks like. Just inside the 10. Out of the pistol. Fake the give. Purdy going to keep it for himself. Down to the 6. And that'll probably do it for the 3rd quarter. Under 10 seconds now. They're in no hurry to snap it. All right, so at the end of the 3rd quarter, it's going to be Penn State leading Nevada 39-3. And be goal to go for Nevada when we come back. Obviously, they'll switch ends. But 15 to go, and anybody interested in the spread, it was round 44 to begin with, and they're up 36. So maybe that's why they went for 2 earlier. I don't know. But then they, remember, didn't get it. It's been a touchdown to field goal trend every drive they've scored here today. You know, obviously they're up 36, so somebody knows something if, you know, they do end up scoring again, because a touchdown should be coming, because that's how the trend's going to go, because last score was a field goal. But then, you know, do they, you know, go for 2? Again, probably not. They kick it. You know, like I said, it's round 44. I saw 43. I saw 43 and a half. I saw 44. It was 45 earlier in the week. Over under 54. 54 and a half, 55, depending on where you look. You know, for anybody interested in these betting odds. You know, so obviously right now, plus the points and the under's hitting, but we've got 15 minutes to go, so we'll see what happens. But in the meantime, next week now in college football, because at this rate, we'll probably just update final stats and scores for this game once we do go final. And then, obviously, we're still going to talk about the stadium and obviously the schedule. Not with the stadium, but this season. But the stadium project is on schedule to be completed in 2 years' time for what they have left to do. But yeah, just what the future could hold for Penn State. We'll dive into what I plan on talking about this final 15 and then in post-game, so stay tuned. But once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. So next week in college football. Nothing on Thursday night because the NFL kicks off the season. Cowboys, Eagles on Thursday night football to begin the 2025 season in the National Football League. Friday in college football, we'll have James Madison at Louisville, Western Illinois at Northwestern, Northern Illinois at Maryland, and then Eastern Washington at Boise State. Those 4 games are next Friday night. Next Saturday, Texas will look for their first win after losing at Ohio State earlier. They host San Jose State at 12 noon, as does Penn State. They host Florida National at 12 noon on the Big Ten Network. And I'll have play watch along reactions out there on YouTube, then so be sure to tune back in. Illinois goes to Duke. That should be an interesting game. Baylor at SMU. Kennesaw State at Indiana. The Cy-Hawk Trophy will be on the line with Iowa and Iowa State. Kent State goes to Texas Tech. Northwestern State at Minnesota. Virginia goes to NC State in the ACC. Pitt hosts Central Michigan. UConn, Syracuse. East Texas A&M at Florida State. Liberty and Jacksonville State. And then Utah State, Texas A&M before we get into the mid-afternoon games. So we'll continue to talk about those in a little bit as well, but see how this Penn State defense fares now on 3rd and goal. Hoping to hold Nevada out of the end zone. Fade, back corner, near side, incomplete. So 4th and goal, and a flag on the play. That is a pick. Yeah. That's pass interference on the offense. Thank you. Penalties decline because it was incomplete on 3rd and goal. Make it 4th and goal. It's still 4th down. So it looks like Nevada, I don't know if they consider going for this, but, you know, maybe be petty and kick it. No, they're going to go for it. Fourth and goal, Wolfpack from the 6, and the sirens are out. Trips in a bunch near side. That's a false start. Purdy gets drilled. It's incomplete. It doinks off the upright. Incomplete. So turnover on downs. Penn State ball. 1st and 10 at the 6-yard line. We'll see if Aller's in at quarterback at this rate. We'll see if, you know, any of the offensive starters are in at this rate, because we've been seeing some backups, you know, in on defense here recently. If Purdy wanted to do that again, I mean, he probably could, but, you know, not too often do you see in a live game quarterback doinking the ball off the bottom upright, you know, because the pass just a little too high. But we'll get back to it. Penn State ball, 1st and 10 on offense when we come back. 39-3 your score. Continuing on next week in college football, Western Carolina at Wake Forest, Howard at Temple, Idaho State, New Mexico, Ohio State hosts Grambling, Clemson hosts Troy, Austin Peay's at Georgia. Good one with Oklahoma State at Oregon. Ole Miss at Kentucky in the SEC. East Tennessee, Tennessee. Kansas goes to Mizzou in a old Big 12 game. Miami, Ohio, Rutgers, Fresno State, Oregon State. Gardner Webb at Georgia Tech. Bowling Greens at Cincinnati and OHIO. Delaware goes to Colorado. Lindenwood plays at App State. Texas State, UTSA, UAB, Navy. North Texas, Western Michigan. St. Francis goes to Buffalo. So they'll bus up there, I would think. Bryant goes to UMass. Middle Tennessee State goes to Wisconsin. I don't know who the hell scheduled this next game, but I don't know why it's not a home game for West Virginia, but West Virginia goes to, not Ohio State, but Ohio, the Bobcats, out of the MAC. And then West Virginia, 2 week time, they host Pitt in the backyard brawl, so eat shit. Northern Iowa at Wyoming, South Florida, the Bulls out of Tampa, not actually South Florida, South Beach, but they'll be at Florida, up in the swamp. Arkansas State, Sacramento State goes to Nevada. Jackson State, Southern Miss, Cal Poly at Utah, Missouri State, Marshall, North Carolina Central plays at Old Dominion, Campbell, East Carolina, Florida A&M at Florida Atlantic, Bethune-Cookman, who lost to Florida International last night. They'll stay in Miami and play at the U. South Carolina State at South Carolina, Army, Kansas State, North Carolina at Charlotte, Houston at Rice. I don't know who scheduled that game either. North Carolina at Charlotte. It should be Charlotte, North Carolina. So Grunkmeyer in at quarterback. And he'll hand off to number 26, Cam Wallace. So Al are going to finish 22 of 26 for 217 and a touchdown. Second and 5 after a 5-yard run. They like Grunk a lot, they do. Not Gronk. Not Gronkowski, Grunkmeyer. Grunk. Yeah, he played a little bit against SMU, threw a pick against the Mustangs. Getting pressured. That pass complete on the screen. Big hurdle by Cam Wallace. He gets a Penn State down out past the 20. They'll move the sticks, and the crowd gets excited about that. 1st and 10. See ya. And the defender, you can just see, he continues to dive. And a 26 hurdling in a Penn State uniform? Haven't we seen before? From the 23, 1st and 10. Clifford in motion, the little red dog. With the reception, nope, he dropped it. Incomplete. I don't know if he'll be in the doghouse because of that, but he's like the number 4 receiver behind Hudson, Pena, and Ross. Incomplete, 2nd and 10. So 2nd and 10 from the 23. And out of the pistol with Ethan Grunkmeyer at quarterback for Penn State. Handoff, 24, Corey Smith. He gets 2 yards. I see Rapuia out there at tight end, 87. Show off some highlights here. Also next week, where do we leave off? North Carolina, Charlotte. Houston, Rice. North Carolina, AT&T. At UCF. Western Kentucky at Toledo. Northern Colorado at Colorado State. Memphis, Georgia State. Tulane, South Alabama. Long Island goes to Eastern Michigan. Louisiana Tech will play at LSU. Arizona State, Mississippi State. Michigan, Oklahoma is the big game next Saturday night from the land of Toby Keith. 3rd and 8 for the Nittany Lions here. Grunkmeyer getting pressured, rolls out, pass complete. Rapuia on the reception, caught. 1st down, Penn State, 40, 45, 50. And he gets into Nevada territory on a big pass, catch, and run with some yak yardage. 12:21 to play in the 4th in this entire ball game, but there's a penalty on the play. Don't tell me this is coming back for a hold. Oh, bull fucking shit. Blocking the back, my ass. It's a 1st down, but it's still coming back. Can I see a replay, please? Can I see a replay, please, CBS? No, so I guess it didn't happen, but it happened. Jesus Christ. Still first down. Ball's going to be at the 42, not the 48 of Nevada. So about a, 10, 12-yard penalty. But Gronkmeyer over the middle, caught Dinkins. He spins, gets another Penn State first down. Now they're back into Nevada territory. Don't show yellow graphic on the screen that there's another penalty. I don't want to see it. But down the seam, Gronkmeyer 17-16 for, I don't know, maybe 30-plus yards? No, not even. But 24 yards officially, they say. Okay. So Grunk's looking good here. Handoff. Wallace up the middle for about 5, maybe 6. I mean, I get it's against Nevada and it's also against, their backups. But handoff once more on a sweet far side. Wallace cuts back in at the 20, gets a first down, so they're knocking on the door. Yeah. That 94 team won the national championship, I might add. But technically, it's been 39 years, not 31. So 2nd and 9 here, 10-10 to play. They're up 39-3. Yeah. Yep. Handoff and tackle for loss. Stone Combs, that's his name. That's Nevada's linebacker's name, Stone Combs. Get a collab with Stone Cold and Luke Combs, but get an NIL deal for the kid. 3rd and 13. Gronkmeyer looking to throw down the middle, and it's caught, but he's short. And, Tyseer Denmark, number 4 on the reception. So he's like the 5th receiver. Okay. Just so we know moving forward who's behind the 3 and coming, transfers, had catches today. And, we're at that point in time in the game, I might add. Penn State's up as much as they are. And the Blue Band's playing after every fucking, play. Like, they're Florida State or USC or somebody. 4th and 2, they're going to go for it. They're going to toss far side. Corey Smith. And he's going to get the first down inside the 10. And 1st and goal at the 8. So, I mean, okay, go for it. That's a ballsy play call. Fucking little sweep, little toss. On 4th and 2, but on 1st and goal, Grunk going to keep for himself. Gets about a yard, maybe 2. 2nd and goal coming up. Also next week, we left off with Michigan and Oklahoma. Ball State goes to Auburn. Vandy goes to Virginia Tech. That was a good game last year, I might add. Gronkmeyer's pass in the back corner of the end zone, incomplete, intended for Liam Clifford. Nebraska will host Akron. Georgia Southern going to USC. So Clay Helton returning to SoCal. to Los Angeles, where he once coached before he got fired in favor of Lincoln Riley. Boston College going to Michigan State. That's going to be a good game next Saturday night. Southern Illinois at Purdue. Charleston Southern at Coastal Carolina. Louisiana Monroe goes to Alabama. UCLA going to UNLV. 3rd and goal, Penn State here from the 6. Grunkmeyer looking to throw again. Roll out far side, going to tuck it and run, and dives and gets in. Touchdown, Penn State. 7:37 to play. They extend the lead. And we'll see if they do extra point-wise or if they go for 2. But the trend has continued all game. Field goal, touchdown, field goal, touchdown, field goal, etc., etc. You get my point. I've said it enough. That's a touchdown. But watch, they'll fucking review it just because. And that's balance, especially with the backups. You have as many, runs on that drive, as many passes you have on that drive. Hell, even the backup kicker's in. 98 on the kicker is not Ryan Barker, but Matthew Parker. And it's now 46-3. Yes. 7.5 to play. Up 46-3, and they were a 43 and a half, 44-point favorite. So you can do the math. Over under at 54 and a half, 55. I mean, that's still obviously under, but somebody knows something. As always, what's new? Like I said, we'll update final stats and scores once we go final. But yeah, Ethan Grunkmeyer with a rushing touchdown there to go at 46-3 for Penn State on top of Nevada. As mentioned, UCLA at UNLV next week. McNeese State is at Louisiana Lafayette. Tulsa at New Mexico State. UT Martin at UTEP. Weber State at Arizona. San Diego State going up to Pullman to take on the Cougars of Washington State. Stanford at BYU. UC Davis, Washington. And then on the islands of Hawaii, Rainbow Warriors will be hosting Sam Houston State. So that's a recap of college football from week 0, what's already happened week 1, what's ongoing, what's still to come tonight, what's happening next week. And then remember, the NFL kicks off next week as well, next Thursday, with the season opener of the defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles hosting the Micah Parsons Dallas Cowboys. But Dallas probably still thinks this is their year. What's new? But we are Penn State, and here we go, Steelers. I'll have live play, watch, long reactions live right here on YouTube. Obviously today, so thank you for tuning in and watching. But next weekend and all season long, as usual, live right here on YouTube of Penn State football and Pittsburgh Steelers football. So next weekend schedule is Penn State hosting Florida National at noon next Saturday. And then the Steelers play at the Jets next Sunday at 1. So I'll have live play, watch, long reactions live here on YouTube for both those games. Then, and is this Wisconsin or is this Penn State? But we're jumping around inside of Beaver Stadium. Crowd has started to file out with it being, the score of 46-3 that it is. So Penn State on to kick off, and we'll see what this defense has up their sleeve. And there they go, talking about Penn State hockey going to be having an outdoor stadium game inside of Beaver Stadium come late January next year, which they announced yesterday, and we talked about a little bit ago. But like I said, that's just going to open the door for more events other than football. They've had this 2 concerts in the history, one just a year and a half ago, and nothing since. It's been all football. But maybe a Penn State wrestling match maybe that opens the door up for professional wrestling to come in. Just not the BJC for a fucking house show. A live event, if you will, which they don't really run anymore. But, you know, maybe something inside the friendly confines of... it's not West Shore home field at Beaver Stadium. It's, say it with me, Joseph Vincent Paterno Field at Beaver Stadium. Okay? Plain and simple, end of story. But, yeah, they're going to utilize Beaver Stadium more with the ongoing, obviously, renovation and construction project that they're doing. A couple different phases. They're done with phase one, they said. But, yeah, they're going to have football, obviously, because, you know, that's what Penn State breathes, lives, and dies on, is football. Obviously, academics as well, and the other athletics. But then you have had, the 2 stadium concerts. But yeah, they're going to have 2 Penn State hockey games, men's and women's, on January the 31st, 2026. As the women's team will face Robert Morris, the men's team will face Michigan State. And then, like I said earlier, it just opens the door for the NHL to skate in for a Winter Classic or a Stadium Series game with the Pens and Flyers for Pittsburgh and Philadelphia to meet in State College here in central Pennsylvania. And then, you know, like I said, I could understand if the Buffalo Sabres would come down and play with the connection with Terry Pagola and all that. So, but we'll see what the future holds, obviously. But then, stadium-wise as well, before I forget to mention, it has been 20 years of Zombie Nation this year in 2025 as well for Penn State football. That all started back in 2005. We are Penn State. All the jumping up and down. You know, obviously they were just jumping around to some House of Pain, but Nevada going to go for it here on 4th and a yard. Play clock winding down, and we got a timeout. Actually, a false start. Back them up. 4th and 6. Make them fucking punt. Or will they go for it again? Still 4th down. Yeah, they're still going to go for it. They're going to punt. They're going to punt. So Penn State going to get the ball back here. It's 46-3, and maybe look to, you know, add on to their lead and maybe make some people happy if you had them covering. Maybe piss some people off if you had plus the points. But like I said, I could really care less if they cover or not. Just find a way to win, because that's what matters at the end of the day. Penn State on the punt return. Tyseer Denmark breaks a tackle, cuts it across, and gets to about the 30, and that's that. So that's where they'll set up shop. 1st and 10 with 46-3 lead. 4:35 to play. All 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning to come. They'll probably just run the ball and run the clock out, if I'd have to guess. I mean, they might go try to score, but I don't know. We'll see. But no, talk about the stadium a little bit now. Yeah, they're currently in the middle of a 3-year renovation project. It's on pace, and it's to be completed by the 2027 season opener, so 2 years from now, okay? And like I said, technically it's not Beaver Stadium anymore. It's whatever the hell they call it. You know, West Shore home field at Beaver Stadium. Get a fucking home decor, you know, bathroom company to sponsor. I don't care if, you know, the CEOs and alumni or not. I mean, come on, give me a fucking break. You know, it sure as hell ain't West Shore home field at Beaver Stadium. as just mentioned, it's Joseph Vincent Paterno Field at Beaver Stadium. Okay? 409 forever. Put the damn statue back up if you haven't already melted it down. But anyways, temporary seating on the west side. Obviously, the press box is new. Some of the coaches' boxes up there as well. But you have temporary seating on the west side, where the press box used to be. Remember, they blew that up, tore it down. But then there's also some temporary seating in the northeast and southeast corners, as we've seen in the game today. And once again, they've been inspected and they're safe. You know, Pat Kraft wanted everyone to know that, okay? That they're ready to go, they're on budget, and they're on time with the renovation and construction at Beaver Stadium. Obviously, after this game today, I'm sure you'll see online a lot of talk of how the temporary seating was. So we'll talk about that next week, if anything. Should be fine. You know, people are going to bitch regardless. But, you know, the athletic department, they're working with a company, it's called In Production. Not because the renovation, you know, is in production. No, this company is called In Production, okay? They're a temporary seating structure company. They have clients including the PGA Tour, NASCAR, Kentucky Derby, to name a few, along with some other college football teams who have had renovation projects over the past few years. You know, so temporary seating seems fine. Because remember, this is really Penn State's first renovation project to Beaver Stadium. Because everything since 1960, when this Beaver Stadium opened, everything since then has been additions to make it the 110,000, you know, that it is. Penn State picks up a first down. Andrew Rapuia. Good to see him back at tight end. Like I said, he played a little bit early last year, but then he got hurt. And then was out for the rest of the year. But, you know, so obviously, as Penn State runs it there on 1st and 10, you know, no doubt about it, them with a renovation project to the football stadium is a big deal. You know, whether you like it or not, it is a big deal. It's not just going to make, you know, which it will make Penn State a ton of money. They're paying for it, obviously, for the most part. But it's just going to make Penn State better in the long run. You know, more rich, because prices, they'll make up for it to all us consumers one way or another. But it's just going to continue to make Penn State and Beaver Stadium the greatest show in sports, as we know it to be. So, you know, Penn State, for football revenue on a yearly average, they bring in $110 million, okay? As looks like Nevada's going to get the ball back. But they have an estimated projected worth price of $1.2 billion, okay, which is top 10 in all of college football. Like, Penn State is a blue blood in college football, no doubt about it. Now, the official capacity during this $700 million renovation didn't, with the temporary seating, didn't take away much. Okay, we're the 2-minute warning here. Penn State leading Nevada 46-3 in the home season opener. Because the official capacity now for the renovation is 106,304 people. Just shy of the old capacity of 106,572. but we know the stadium record set last year is 111,000 plus. Okay, so we'll see what the new number is once the stadium is officially completed in 2 years' time. And then what, records could be broken, years from now then. But they did add a new LED board above the team tunnel to replace the cover one that had been there, as mentioned earlier. They also had some eBay auctions this past offseason to help pay, basically, for some of this renovation for people, Penn State fans, collectors, and so on and so forth. Paying and buying, items from the stadium, such as signage and, seating, among other things. But speaking of numbers, brought to you by Bernard the Elf, talk about NIL a little bit. Schools and or universities can now legally pay players, okay? They're directly paying players out of an estimated $20.5 million pool. It's basically a salary cap, but it's not, okay? But that's what it is. There's no more third party, pay for play, such as boosters, because that is an executive order, if you did not know. But players can still receive NIL deals from businesses, such as car dealerships or, whatever the case may be. And then the NCAA and College Sports Commission, they're there basically to enforce and regulate the rules, the so-called rules that are in place. So there's LeVar. He's in attendance. His son on the team now. LeVar Arrington II, also wearing number 11 for Penn State. So he'll be next in line for linebacker U. But Penn State actually going to go for it here on 4th and 2 with 2 minutes to go from right around midfield. And they won't get it. So Nevada going to get the ball back, down 46-3. I don't know if there's a 44-point touchdown they can, score to come back and win this game in a minute 50. But, yeah. Penn State's clearly going to win. They'll be 1-0, host Florida International next week. And, yeah. So, good way to start the season. Scheduling is what it is. It's always years out. That pass deflected but caught. But then tackled right away. But, like I said, we'll get in the schedule in a minute. But back to this. Well, I guess that was it. Okay. Because I do have something else to say, too, about something that happened earlier today in the sport of college football. That, unfortunately, we're not going to get to, see anymore on Saturday mornings. So, and Nevada just going to run the ball here, work some clock, and clock's going to run out. Penn State's going to win, but I doubt they're going to say, not so fast, my friend. They're going to go deep. That's incomplete. But, yeah, Lee Corso, thank you. I mean, seriously, thank you. College game day. I would wake up Saturday mornings and, live and breathe on and bleed blue and white for Penn State football. But, for a pregame show, and then the headgear was the thing for one. But And speaking of his headgear, as Lee Corso is officially retiring, he had his last show earlier today. His first headgear pick was almost 30 years ago. It was Ohio State, as we all know. But does anybody know who that pick was against? It was against Penn State when Penn State went out there in 96. And he picked Brutus and put on Brutus the Buckeye for the first time. And then he put on Brutus earlier today against Texas. And Ohio State did win 14-7 over the Longhorns. But Lee Corso, when picking Penn State in a headgear selection, not just the normal Saturday selection, Lee Corso, when picking Penn State, putting the Nittany Lion head on, he was 5-2. So out of 7 games that he said, yes, Penn State's going to win, Penn State won 5 of those. They're 5-2. But then he had more success picking against Penn State, which is no surprise. But, yeah, when Penn State was a college game day, team, if you will, home or away, neutral site, when Lee Corso picked against Penn State, he was 15-4, meaning 4 times Penn State got the better of him when he picked against them. But 15 times Penn State lost, and he won. But, yeah, Lee Corso, thank you. From the 33, Nevada going to go for it here on 4th and 6, and they get it. So now they can probably just fucking run out the clock. But they're going to hope to score, if I have to guess. Do they call a timeout? Did I hear a whistle? No. Clock's ticking. Tick, 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 tick. From the 19, Nevada pass incomplete down the middle. And, okay. No penalty on the defense there. But incomplete at 2nd and 10. They're having fun on the sideline. But from the 19, it is 2nd and 10. Nevada's pass in the end zone incomplete. Oh, come on. Now they'll get him on a defensive hold. Pass interference. See if it's a spot foul or not. Or half the distance. Yeah. They got him on the one before, too, but they didn't call it. They got him on that one, too. So they say pass interference on the Penn State defense. 15 yards, automatic first down. So they can spot at the 4 because they were just at the 19. That's 15 yards. And normally in this instance, it's half the distance. Nevada looking to score with 30 seconds to go. Yeah, ball is at the 4, 1st and goal for the Wolfpack. And we got another penalty. And a false start? Yeah, back him up 5 yards. Thank you. So that pass interference now is only a 10-yard penalty. Still 30 seconds to go. They'll be at the 9-yard line now, 1st and goal. Come on, defense. Hold them out. Keep them out. Pass far side, caught, touchdown for the Nevada Wolfpack. So 46-9. Extra point to come, or do they go for 2?
You see the safety back here. One of these 2 guys have to cover that, Claire, in combo coverage, and nobody runs.
I mean, at the end of the day, a win, no doubt about it. But I mean, and these are the backup defenders. You know, they are going to go for 2, just for the hell of it. Why the fuck not? And it's caught, and we're going to have an odd score. This might be a score-nami for Penn State. 46-11 with 25 seconds to go. Jesus. 46-11. So, obviously, 35 point difference. Penn State was a 43, 44 point favorite, depending on where you looked, like I said again. So they clearly ain't going to cover. But guess what? That over is going to hit now. For anybody who had that, 46 and 11 is 57. And the over-under was right around 54, 55. So there's going to be some people happy they scored. Some people pissed they scored. I don't know if that'd go down as a bad beat, but it's going to be an odd score. 46-11. I mean, I'm sure that's happened in, say, like high school football, but 46-11 in college football, let alone the NFL. I mean, we might have a first-time ever score on our hands here today, for all we know. They sky the kick, and fair call to the 30 by Penn State. Just knee it. Game's over. Just take a knee. Game is over. There's no need to run a play and anybody get fucking hurt. And now that I say that about injuries, like I said earlier, stay healthy in a game like this, let alone in general. I don't think either team had one single guy go down injured. And we took it like an injury timeout. But if anybody wants to look up and let me know, see what you can find. I'll do my research for the next week. But a football score in either college football or the NFL of 46-11. I mean, it's not every day you see the score. 46-11. It's not 45-10. It's 46-11. Penn State's going to take a delay a game for whatever reason, unless they didn't reset the play clock, and that's what they're bitching about. And they don't want to call a timeout, so delay a game. And Franklin's pissed, like, fucking snap the ball. Just take a fucking knee, Jesus Christ. Game is over. I mean, it's learning curves for sure, but, I mean, come on. Yeah, no shit. Franklin's pissed at the refs. He's pissed at everybody on the field right now. Yet Penn State's up 46-11. And they took a delay of game when they could have snapped the ball. They'll hand it off up the middle, but that'll do it. But yeah, they should have reset the play clock though too, as his argument states. So now he's going after the ref. Franklin is going after the ref, even after Penn State just won 46-11. He's like, you gave us the wrong information. You should have reset the play clock. They never did, and then it was a delay of game. And then post-game handshake with Nevada's head coach. Okay, that's an interesting finish to the game, to say the least. But yeah, I'd be pissed too. Why not? Yeah, does Penn State with the win get to number one? Because Texas lost earlier. Probably not, because Ohio State at 3 beat Texas. State's going to be 1. Penn State will still be 2. Hold in the huddle. Wouldn't let us snap the ball. Wouldn't reset the play clock. And then they give us a delay of game. So yeah, no shit. I'd be fucking pissed too. Yep. And then he goes after the ref. I haven't seen a Penn State head coach go after the ref the way he did since obviously O'Brien, obviously Joe, and that's just about the basic shit. I mean, that's on the fucking refs. goddamn Zebras.
Thank you so much, Coach.
A lot to work on, a lot to get better at, no doubt. Refs can, add to that as well. But I mean, it was a game of back and forth of a trend of touchdowns to field goals on every scoring drive they had. Seriously. I mean, look it up in the box score and in the play-by-play. It was... I don't think they punted once today, no. Barker kicked a couple field goals, obviously. But it was... And they never turned the ball over either. But they got 16 points off of 3 Nevada turnovers. And yeah, it was touchdown to field goal, touchdown to field goal, touchdown to field goal. Every scoring drive they had, that was the trend. It wasn't back-to-back touchdowns or back-to-back field goals or anything like that. As they sing the alma mater. So, for the glory of Old State, we are Penn State, 1-0. 1-0 this week, hopefully 1-0 next week, hopefully 1-0 every week from now until January the 19th, 2026. And if they're not, then okay. But, once again, just long as they're hoisting, they host in Nevada today, they'll host Florida National next week. But just as long, 1-0 every week, they show off some highlights here. The run game was there, pass game was there. They stopped the run, stopped the pass for the most part. I mean, they gave up the pass and touchdown there late. But they created 3 turnovers on defense, scored 16 points off of those, had as many field goals as they kicked. And then there was a return game today, too, I might add. But yeah, 1-0 every week. But really make the college football playoff. Continue to take care of business. But just as long as they're hoisting one of these bad boys high in the air come January the 19th, 2026, we are Penn State, and we will be college football playoff national champions then, if so. So we are, and they're 1-0. 46-11, odd score, clearly confusion with how the game ended, and Franklin pissed, rightfully so. Yeah, happy. And Penn State wins it 46-11 over the Nevada Wolfpack. CBS will go to commercial break. It's not even 7 o'clock yet. But post game coming up next, so stay tuned. Once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. But like I said, at halftime, yeah, they're up 27-3, and it was like a team win those first 2 quarters. It's an overall team win for the whole entire game with how everything, shaked out. Like I said, up front, they were able to block, they were able to run the ball. Probably not as well as for a full game as you'd like it, but you still had 3 rushing touchdowns. Aller had a passing touchdown there as well. Barker had a couple field goals. Yeah, 46-11 your final score. That's just odd. Very odd. But hey, I don't give a shit what his final score is. Just as long as you have one more point than the other fucking team. That's what matters, whether you won or lost. So, win's a win at the end of the day. Overall team win for sure. Like I said, they were able to block up front, protect, but run the football, throw the football. They stopped the run. They forced pressure. Obviously got 3 turnovers. Scored off those turnovers. They don't score off those turnovers. It's what, 30-11 your final score? 30-10? You know, it's still a 3-score win, but then, yeah, you would have liked a couple of those field goal drives to be touchdown drives, no doubt about it as well. But you take your points while you can get them, you know, and you learn as you go. It's week 1, you know, chemistry's there, you know, they're playing as a team as you should. You know, there's no I in team, and there's no I in Penn State either. Pennsylvania, yeah, and University, yeah, for PSU there, but yeah, just an overall solid week 1, you know, team win. Like he said there at the end, obviously, as always, he's proud of them. But there's a lot to work on. You know, it's one game, and it's a long ass season. You know, and it's over until it's over. They show off the schedule there, which we're going to dive into. So stay tuned for that. But yeah, as Rick Harrison at the Gold and Silver Pawn Shop in Vegas would say, best I can do is, well, it's 46-11 your final score for the Penn State Lions defeating the Nevada Wolfpack. And overall final stats and scores now to dive, you know, more into what we saw today, and to analyze, you know, everything, you know, from start to finish, before Penn State host Florida International for the first time since the 59-0 game to kick off the 2007 season. FIU comes to Happy Valley for the first time since then, and the game will be at high noon next Saturday on the Big Ten Network. And I'll have live play-by-play watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube then, so be sure to tune back in. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media if you haven't done so already. Links in the description below. Thumbs up if you enjoyed. And obviously, Penn State's 1-0 now. Share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciate it as well. Scan the QR code if you haven't done so already, but you can also click that first top link in the description below. It's as good as the QR. So, Penn State with a 46-11 final score win over the Nevada Wolfpack, led by Brock Purdy's younger brother and Chubba Purdy at quarterback. He finished 7 of 15 for 97 yards passing. Had the interception, but then Bianco, their backup quarterback, was 4-6, 28-yard passing, had the passing touchdown. When was the last time? Probably not that long ago, honestly. I can think of a few games, actually think about it. But that they held the quarterback under 100 yards passing, you know. Let alone Nevada only had a total of 203 yards today on 11 points. $55 on the ground by Purdy on 14 carries, so he led the team in passing and rushing. So one-dimensional, obviously. You know, you don't have a run game, you know, you're screwed. And then Bellion had 6 catches, 76 yards, and a touchdown for the Wolfpack. But Penn State, Grunkmeyer in relief of Drew Aller. He was 7 of 9, 86 yards passing. Had 3 carries, 8 yards, and a rushing touchdown. But in the meantime, Drew Aller at quarterback, in his 3rd year starting, but 4th year at Penn State. Remember his freshman year behind Clifford in 22. He played in 10 games. You know, And they burned the red shirt. He was a starter in 23, starter last year in 24, starter this year. Gronkmeyer's backup, and then Jackson Smolik and Beckham Kritza, as mentioned earlier. But Drew Aller, in the season opener here at home against Nevada, was damn near perfect. He was 22 of 26, 217 yards passing, and a touchdown. That to one of his 3 new wide receivers, and Kyron Hudson, who they got in the transfer portal from USC. Hudson led the team in receiving with 6 catches for 89 yards, and that score before halftime to go up 27-3. Other wide receivers they got in the portal, Trevor Pena, he had a carry for 13 yards, but he had 7 catches, 74 yards receiving. And then DeVos, only 1 of 4. So maybe get him some more targets and more looks and catches and yards in the near future. I mean, we know how it's been. You know, they've had a quarterback, they've had the run game, but they haven't had any goddamn wide receivers. So then they use the tight ends. You know, we saw how Tyler Warren's season, went last year and got him to be a first-round pick in the NFL draft this past spring by the Indianapolis Colts. But then today, with the new wide receivers, the tight ends seemed non-existent. Officially, Luke Reynolds had 2 catches, 11 yards. Okay. And then in relief, in garbage time in the fourth quarter, Andrew Rapia had 3 catches, 33 yards. And Khalil Dinkins had 1 for 24. I mean, okay, yeah, you put that all together for one game. 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6 catches for, close to 70 yards. Like, okay, that's a good overall tight end game, maybe by one guy, not 3. I mean, because that's split. So I would think there's going to be more talk about, well, now Tyler Warren's gone, now they don't have tight ends, but now they have wide receivers. So it flip-flopped is what I'm saying, okay? Because they didn't have any wide receivers that could, they did, but they didn't know how to utilize them. They didn't know how to run with them and so on and so forth. They just never, the past couple of years, the wide receiving, core hasn't been there. It just hasn't, okay? So then they go out and get Hudson, Pena, and Ross. Like I said, Hudson's a big-bodied wide receiver. Ross is a big-bodied speedster wide receiver. And then Pena is a slot guy, but he's an all-round wideout. He can catch anything thrown his way. So, you would like the tight ends to be more productive, long story short, especially with what they had. I get, as mentioned earlier, you're not going to get anybody to replace Tyler Warren. It's going to be by committee. But they still need somebody to step up, okay? But then it's good to see that the wide receivers, no doubt about it, are out making plays again. From Kyron Hudson, Trevor Pena, to Devontae Ross. All from USC, Syracuse, and Troy, respectively, okay? And then your 4 and 5 wide receivers, who we saw today in action, were Liam Clifford and Tyser Denmark. Okay? Those were the 5 total that they used, that I saw at least. So, obviously, yeah, you can still use the 2 backs in the pass game as well. Because as Drew Aller is 22 of 26, 217 yards passing and a touchdown, Gronkmeyer in relief, 7 of 9, 86 yards. Aller 6 of 20 on the ground. Gronkmeyer 3 of 8 on the ground with a rushing touchdown. Cam Wallace 5 of 19 in the second half. Corey Smith 5 of 13 as well. Trevor Pena had a carry for 13 yards. They had 1 passing touchdown, 4 total rushing touchdowns, 3 by the 2 backs of Nick Singleton and the fat man Katron Allen. Allen led the team in rushing, 8 carries, 43 yards, and a 12-yard rushing touchdown. Singleton, 8 of 19 rushing officially, but he had 2 one-yard touchdowns. Points are points. Like, I'll take points over fucking yardage, over the stats, any day of the week. Okay? Like, stats matter, but stats don't mean shit. The only stat that matters at the end of the day is a win. Okay? But, I mean, 303 yards passing, 135 yards rushing, for what, 438, 440 total, in that regard. That's good, especially in a season opener and in a game like this. Like I said, just overall solid team win today, it felt like. From offense to defense to special teams, from the offensive line to quarterback to the running backs to the wide receivers. Would like to see more production out of the tight ends, no doubt about it. But then the defense, and then creating 3 turnovers, and then they scored off of all 3 turnovers. And then talk about special teams as officially Campbell had 6 total tackles. Then Idena Sutton had a sack. Dom DeLuca had a sack. DeJuan Lane had a sack. So 3 sacks on 3 turnovers. King Mack had a long 73-yard kickoff return. Didn't go down for a touchdown. But they still got points out of that. Would have loved, yeah, no doubt about it. What I'm getting at is because Ryan Barker was 4 of 4 on his field goals. 2 from 28, 2 separate ones from 28 apiece. The other from 32, 33, and then the long with 39. You would have loved to have had, 2, 3, 4 of those field goals be touchdown drives. But I'll take the 12 points. I will. And then obviously he was good on his extra points as well. So, I mean, shit, Ryan Barker had more points at 15 than Nevada had all game at 11. And that's just the kicking game, for God's sakes. So, yeah, just like I said, overall, solid team win, it felt like. But there's a lot to improve on, a lot to work on. It's week 1. I get it. It's a long season. Rome wasn't built in a day. I'm not saying Penn State's winning the national championship, right now, but we're all hoping they're playing and winning the national championship come mid to late January, early next year, no doubt. We are Penn State. So obviously I don't want anybody fucking twisting my words, but you know how the world is nowadays and social media is. So have at it while you're here. Penn State ran on 11 total drives, 71 total plays, had 438 total yards, which averaged out to be about 6.2 per play. They had 303 total passing, 135 total rushing on 35 attempts and 36 attempts for passing and rushing respectively. That's balance. That's consistency. They had the ball for 33 minutes and 40 seconds today of total time possession, for God's sakes. And, 3 sacks, 8 tackles for loss, no turnovers, but then they were able to capitalize off of 3 turnovers for a total of 16 points. I mean, yeah, hell yeah. I mean, just building blocks, keep at it, So, we are Penn State. So that's that. What else we have going on here? Just the Florida International next week. I'll have live play, watch along reactions live here on YouTube then. But the rest of the schedule before the 12-team college football playoff commences in December, it's going to be ranked in order 1 through 12 this year, okay? So whatever the rankings are 1 through 12, that's what the college football playoff will be. There's no automatic first round buys for conference champions this year. They took that away. They're not guaranteed buys anymore. They're not. And then we'll know by December if the playoff in 26 is going to be expanding from, what it already is now or not. But this year's college football playoff is as follows. First round games on December the 19th and 20th. We'll have 4 quarterfinals on 4 total quarterfinals on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. 1 on New Year's Eve, that being the Cotton Bowl. The other 3 on New Year's Day with the Orange, Rose, and Sugar. The following week will be the semifinals of the Final 4 that Penn State made it to last year before they lost to Notre Dame. This year's semifinals will be on January the 8th, 2026 and January the 9th, 2026. And there'll be the Fiesta and Peach Bowl, respectively. And then the College Football Playoff National Championship game will be on Monday night, January the 19th, 2026 in South Beach, Miami, Florida. So hopefully Penn State can get back to the place they lost their last game last year at and go play and potentially, hopefully win a national championship, their first in 39 years. So the schedule in the meantime, from now until then, to get to that point, like I said, just make the playoff, okay? And then you're in the dance, and then find a dancing partner and kick them to the curb once you're done with them. I mean, seriously, that's what it is. Just find a way to win. The team's motto, once again, this year is whatever it takes. Seriously, do whatever you got to do to find a way to win, because that's all that matters at the end of the day, is whether you won or lost. So 2025 college football schedule for the Penn State Lions is obviously a win today at home against the Nevada Wolfpack. Your final score 46-11. But next week they host Florida International. The week after that, Villanova before an early bye. And then the Oregon Ducks come in for the whiteout in less than a month's time. Penn State then goes on the road for the first time because they have 4 consecutive home games and 5 weeks with that bye on September the 20th. They don't travel, they don't hit the road until they go to UCLA the first weekend in October. It's the last weekend in August. Penn State will be playing home until they go to UCLA in the Rose Bowl early October. And then homecoming's the following weekend. They host Northwestern before they go to Iowa, which is always a tough game. And then their second bye is late October, 2 months from now. Okay, so the bye weeks do, I guess, line up, if you will, if you look at the overall schedule. You start late August, you have a bye after 3 games, mid-September, just how the calendar shook out, and when, you start playing and when you end. But then, because you have 3 games and then a bye. And then you have 4 games and a bye, okay? Because after that second bye, they go to Ohio State, but that's on November the 1st. So they're going to play 5 games then in November. So, like I said, bye weeks are sort of, right now on paper, looking at it, we'll see how it shakes out, but they're in good points in time during the season, I think. They're right there, sort of middle of the pack. Like I said, you play 3 games, then you get a bye. Then you play 4 games, then you get a bye. And then you play 5 games, and then, the Big Ten Championships the following week. And then if you win that, obviously, you're going to be ranked probably in the top 4, I would think, if you're undefeated and whatnot. But maybe not. Who knows? Because only the top 4 are getting buys. 5's going to host 12. 6 will host 11. 7 will host 10. 8 will host 9 in the playoff. But once again, just make the playoff. But I think the bye weeks shake out, in their favor. They're at good points and times in the season. To, play a few games, like I said, and then get some rest. Play a few more games, get some more rest. And then, go from there. Because then if you, say, win the Big Ten, and that's what I'm saying, say you do win the Big Ten, and you are one of those top 4 teams, you're going to get the bye, and you're not going to play until late December, early January. You're not going to play that, weekend before Christmas like you did last year. So you're going to get even more rest. But then remember, last year, the 4 teams that had byes in the college football playoff, they all fucking lost. So it doesn't mean shit, with rest. The better team is going to win on any given day. That's how it is. But, the schedule is as follows, as mentioned. They defeat Nevada here today, 46-11, your final score. Hosting Florida International next week before they host Villanova. And then it's a bye week, okay? And then Oregon comes to Penn State for the whiteout. Penn State goes to UCLA. They host Northwestern for homecoming. And then they go to Iowa. Then, that's where we left off. That's the second bye week after the Iowa game, okay? It's sandwiched in between 2 road games. See, once again, they're playing 4 home games from now until the end of September, not going on the road until early October. But then in October, they only get 1 home game. It's at home against Northwestern because they're at UCLA, then they're home against Northwestern. But then they go to Iowa, then they get a bye week, and then it's November the 1st, and they're going to Ohio State. So, in that 5-week span, they're on the road 3 times and have a bye as well, with a home game, with Northwestern there as well. So, yeah, Nevada, Florida International, Villanova, bye week. Oregon in about a month for the whiteout. Then they go to UCLA, Northwestern at home, at Iowa, and then the second bye week. Then they go to Ohio State, and then it's officially Indiana at Michigan State, Nebraska and former Penn State linebacker Matt Rule come to town, and then Penn State goes to Piscataway, the hometown birthplace of college football, to take on the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. The Big Ten championship games then the following week. And then the college football playoff begins December the 19th and 20th. Like I said, the quarterfinals are on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Semifinals about a week later. And then the college football playoff national championship game is on Monday night, January the 19th, 2026. And Penn State hopes to be playing in that game and standing tall, winning that game, and winning the college football playoff national championship this season. But only time will tell. That's why they play the games. Ain't decided on paper. It's decided on the field. And today, in week 1, the Penn State Nittany Lions defeat the Nevada Wolfpack in the first ever meeting between the two schools with a final score of 46-11. So that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96 live right here on YouTube. So thanks for tuning in and watching. And we are Penn State, and I'll see everybody now next week with Penn State hosting Florida International game at 12 noon on the Big Ten Network, and I'll have live play watch along reactions live right here on YouTube then. So hope to see everybody then, but in the meantime, yeah, once again, we are Penn State. The Lions defeat the Wolfpack of Nevada. Your final score here today to kick off the 2025 season, 46-11.